The streets of Salem were a terrifying sight. The witches dancing with the demons in the night. Their evil minions watch the town while it's in bed. Wish 'em dead, wish 'em dead, wish 'em dead. Old Reverend Paris knew that something was amiss. He felt the evil from a spiritual abyss. He knew the time had come to purify the town. Hunt 'em down, hunt 'em down, hunt 'em down. No time was wasted in assembling a squad. This pitchfork army on a mission sent from God. No witch was safe from Reverend Paris's brigade. Their crusade, their crusade, their crusade. Call the magistrate and don't you wait another minute, 'cause this town is going to hell if we don't put away the sinning. And we got no time to let a jury have their turn. Let 'em burn, let 'em burn, let 'em burn. The damned were crammed into a carriage on the square. Their faces battered and their bodies all were bare. The Reverend led them to an isolated hill. Time to kill, time to kill, time to kill. One by one their necks were snapped beneath the cedar tree. The spirits vanished and the demons all were free. They dug a hole to hold the devilish remains. They were slain, they were slain, they were slain. The town was safe from all those wicked dissidents. They could continue with their life of innocence, dispensing justice from a higher power. They built a church atop the spirits and the bones. Their moans were heard as they were laying down the stones. But the witches got revenge beneath that steeple bell. They cast a spell, sent the Reverend to hell.
Okay. Let's see. I think I'm unmuted. Am I unmuted? I'm unmuted. Okay. So what had happened was, welcome everybody. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, say yes in the chat. Let me see here. Let me just say hi to some folks. We're gonna go ahead and take a look here. I'm working out, but I'm listening. We can hear you. Awesome. Thank you. You're working out. Look at you. You work out. Okay. Well, good to see you. All right. I'm going to greet chat for a minute and just say hi. If I miss you or you show up later, I do apologize if I miss saying hi to you, but we do what we can here. Hi, Minnow, my mod supreme. So have a good workout. Yes. Feel free to listen in. That's awesome. Chanley always has clutch comments. Like Chanley and Fashionista are both pretty clutch in their comments a lot of times. And Chanley is just precise and like to the point, and so to the point that she makes a showing on the clown news broadcast quite a bit actually. And they're like, Chanley! And so you just outrage Broof, apparently. He just thinks you're the worst. And I just think that's hilarious. Spooky is everywhere you want to be, just like Visa. Hey, Spooky. Good to see you. Hello, Lona. Good to see you. Lona, good to see you. Michelle, good to see you as well. Awesome. And hearts from Minnow. Thank you very much. Please like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate that. That's always helpful. I'm a small channel and I don't go live all that often. So when I do, I don't really hop into the algorithm so much. So some people go, I didn't know you were live. So if you can share, that's awesome. I used to share it on Twitter, but I killed my Twitter because I had enough of a certain famous person. So yeah, that damn troll Chanley. Damn it. Okay. So let's go ahead and I'm going to put my little disclaimer up here for Megan. Where did it go? Dun, dun, dun. I have way too many little tickers and I need to like condense some of them because some of them are obsolete. Here we go. That's the one I want. There we go. At least I remembered to take off the stream starting soon. I'm proud of myself. All right. Fuck Twitter. Yeah, see, you know. I'm like that too. So today I was gonna review Meg and some of Shelley Abbott. And it's why I don't know. I've been debating on who to go for first. I think I probably should go for Shelley Abbott first because she's going to be the quickest. And then, do I sound different? I am actually on my decent mic, so it should sound pretty good. Hopefully, it's not too gainy. I do have the fan on, but I needed the fan on because otherwise I'll die. But it should be okay. Like I have my little pop guard in now, so I'm not. Every time I say a P, I'm not gonna like blow your brains out. I probably shouldn't have said it that way. And now I'm struck. Just kidding. Please don't. But yeah, like it's one of those things where it like the pop sound, pop. We don't want to try that. So hopefully it's a bit better. I know that my last mic is really tinny, and yeah, sound good, just different. Okay, I can go with different. Hopefully not in a bad way. So let's see. I'm good. I have headphones and you're not dying. Good. I'm glad. I know Minnow's very sound sensitive and we were talking about how annoying Cheshire is. When she slams, she gets excited and she slams her desk and you hear this big boom. And like she has a good mic. So it picks it up and it's like boom, boom, boom. And if you have your earbuds in, you're just like, ow. That hurts. But we are not going to be talking about Cheshire. However, I mean, I love to talk about Cheshire, as you know. So, but right now, we are going to, I guess, go for Shelley Abbott first. I think that's the one. So let me go ahead and stop sharing this one. They changed the layout here. I like it. I like the changed layout of StreamYards, but it is a little visually different looking. So bear with me. Oh, let's see. Shelly, do you never have like a live chat? That makes me sad. Do you always just record things? Okay, fine. I like live chats because they're funny. Sometimes the chatters are funnier than the commentary. I'm not gonna lie. I will watch sometimes some chats just to watch the commenters more than because they're often really funny. So, but doesn't look like she has one. So sad. Interesting. Does that pick up my? Hang on one second. Let me check something. All right. Okay. Share. Okay. That dog looks really sad right there. I just can't. Oh man. All right. It physically hurts sometimes. Yes, it hurts. Your ears just like, oh, there went my eardrum. Yep. Gretchen. Hi, good to see you, Gretchen. All right, let's see. So we're gonna play some Shelley Abbott. There was something I briefly skimmed over and it caught my attention, and I was just like, oh my gosh. So let's see. She gets a little boring, so I usually speed her up a bit. Let's see. Yeah, I got her sped up. Okay.
Sir. He says, leave me alone.
Like, someone help me.
What is he doing?
Privacy in this place.
Anyway, today's still the 31st, so you're going to see me in these clothes, and then there's going to be 5 videos, 4 YouTube shorts, and 6 community posts about how Shelly doesn't bathe. It's still the same day as it was when I ended my last vlog.
Sure.
I want to start a new vlog, okay? I have had a very nice day in bed.
Shelly, you have crumbs on your shirt. I just want to point that out. You brought attention to your clothes, and I just looked and I said, you have crumbs on your shirt. Like, there's like white spots everywhere.
That was one of my sons. I don't even think I want to know. My daughter is not feeling good, so she took some medicine. She just has a little bit of a fever. She's laying in her bed. That's
unfortunate.
Told her about that show on Netflix called Ransom Canyon. I saw a preview of that. I like Minka Kelly.
Banjo Blue. Blue plays the banjo.
I like her from Parenthood. She's
a
Gabby
big
in
Von Helton detractor.
And Josh Duhamel, he's cool. He's a cool dude. Ransom Canyon. It looks like it's really good. It's like rom-com.
Yeah, this is Shelley Abbott. She's
like Yellowstone, and
how do I describe
it's got
her?
Something about horses and stuff.
She's got a little bit of Shanny trait in her, but she's not that bad. She's not like abusive like Shanny, but there is sort of a foodie beauty Shanny kind of vibe with her, just a little bit.
I'm sorry, I showed my daughter the preview, and she goes, "Okay, I know what I'm watching later." And I was like, "I figured," because she likes My Life with the Walker Boys, I think is what it's called, on Netflix, and she likes like rom-coms that involve like the country setting, the country outdoors. And so I was like, I think you'll like this show. So she's gonna watch that, but she's not feeling good, so she's laying in her room resting.
I missed the show. I don't recall what she said.
But I've been eating leftover butter noodles and my
butter noodles. What is butter noodles?
Candies and birthday cake. Those 7 pounds I lost,
I am jealous of one thing. Like, Shelly has really, really straight teeth. I heard they cost like 50 plus K.
Gained back again, and I don't care because at least I didn't gain any more. We'll shed them 7 pounds off again. Don't you worry. This is why I stay big. But I'm happy. Okay, I'm fat and I'm happy.
Look, happiness. Happiness is fleeting. But yeah, do some laps. Just do some laps. You'll be good. Just burn some calories.
Okay. Or I'll be fat and happy than skinny and miserable. I'm not saying don't care.
I would rather not be fat. I am fat. I am 200 pounds, 5'7", and I cannot seem to break that threshold. However, my cholesterol's dropped and some really good things are happening. But I would rather be fit and happy, honestly. I mean, really. If I was going to be honest.
Cancel me. Don't you cancel me. I'm not saying the skinny people can't be happy. I'm just saying that usually you see funny, happy, bones. Fat people. Because we know all the good foods, okay?
Did you see that they have like this medication that can grow your teeth back? It's pretty wild. And then they go, well, what is preventing it from growing in the wrong spot? Can you imagine the nightmare if you have like some tooth growing out of your cheek or something? And they're like, no, it works. And so I'm curious about how that one's gonna work, because growing your teeth back sounds great in theory, unless it shows up at the wrong spot, and then like it's just monstrous.
No.
Like I saw the horror movie Dentatalia. I'm just saying.
I'm still losing weight. I have not stepped on the scale in a few days, but I think I'm down like 9 pounds, but I'm probably have gained all 9 pounds back. So,
yeah, there's a medication for growing teeth back. It's in trial
since yesterday, and that's okay. I wanted to get into a workout routine. I think that'll be healthy.
Stina.
Anyway,
good to see
like
you.
I was saying. I have this little elastic band that goes around my tongue. It kind of compresses it, kind of pushes it in, and I can breathe a little better. So I need to go get that, and I want to start doing like a daily workout. I might film some of it, might not. I mean, who wants to see me work out 7 days a week? You know, maybe we'll incorporate.
Let's see. Minnow says, I figured out. Oh, wow. I cannot. You know what's stupid? They changed the box now that when we highlight you, it just blanks it out. And then, like, my eyesight's just bad enough because you guys are on my TV, actually. Just bad enough where I can't read you off of StreamYard. So I'm just going to read you here. I figured out, for me, being fat is hard. You're not that bad. Like, I don't know why you're saying that, but okay. Being fat is hard and staying healthy is hard. I just got to choose which heart I want to live with. This is true. This is true. Like, one thing I noticed with me is, with weight, your fatigue is up, you're tired. It's a lot more effort. I make myself, I am the opposite of a lot of people. You know how people find the parking spot that's closest to the store? I'm the weirdo that will park in the boonies and walk on purpose. One is because I can't stand waiting for people, and I can't stand like the crowds, when they're leaving the store and they're in their way and the kids are running around. And as far out as I am, there's usually less of that. And then also I get to walk, and so it's good. So I'm the weirdo that like parks far away on purpose. But yeah, like it's one of those things where the more weight you put on, the more it is a chore to do anything. So yeah, it is. You're right. It is hard to exercise. It's also actually hard to be overweight. It is really not great.
Incorporate it in some of my vlogs, but not necessarily every single day. But I want to get back into that because I remember I continuously during the summertime was losing like 20, 30 pounds at my mom's house.
But is it water weight?
And losing the weight is good and it'll keep me healthier. But it was the feeling that you got after the work.
I just want to point out that Wellbutrin, which is what I'm on, is an appetite suppressant, which is pretty wild. And now I'm on Cymbalta too at the same time, and that's an appetite increaser. So I feel like they'll offset each other.
Workout. They always say that like working out gives you endorphins, and endorphins make you happy.
Yes, but you have to hit a certain like level. You can't work out like for 10 minutes. You actually have to you have to actually do it. I do about 3 miles a day, which isn't that great. But I have to because I have dogs and I walk them all and stuff. And then like I do it for my sanity after work because I get all wound up and like mad and like instead of like hitting the bottle, let's just go ahead and hit the road and like take a walk. And it really is that transitional period of taking a walk is really helpful for me.
And so I just remember feeling accomplished. Like I can clean the whole house and everything and I feel accomplished, but getting in a 30, 45-minute workout, even like a 15, 20-minute workout in the beginning until you work up your way to a 45-minute workout, it's just something about it. It just makes you feel good from the inside out. And I miss and crave that feeling of feeling good.
Yeah, like blood pressure does.
And I was drinking pure water, not my ice waters. I was drinking Smart Waters, and I was drinking those big bottles, like several of them a day.
Just so you know, Smart Water, double check, but Smart Water, it's Dasani and Smart Water, I think both have some sodium in it, just so you're aware.
And I really want to, they say that drinking water is good for your skin. It might clear up some of my flaky, dry skin. They say that it's good not only for your health, but it's good for digestion and metabolism.
Water's good for your kidneys. Water's good for your liver. Water's good for your eyes. Water's good for your blood pressure. Water's good for your skin. Water's good for your bowels. Water's good.
And
we're mostly water. Remember, we got a lot of water in us. So like you need to drink.
Flushes everything out, and
yeah, that's right. Pee.
I think that I want to get back on track with my health again. I fell off the wagon with my weight loss, and back.
You gotta remove the toxins
and forth, and lost some weight, gained some weight, lost some weight, gained some weight. I refuse to go back on
Hi, Sue Elliott. Good to see you.
I don't think that a diet pill, which is the phentermine, was an appetite suppressant, but it was also like speed. It was like it was not good. I refuse to go back to that. There's been times that I've been bullied on YouTube so much that I really had.
I'll be honest, like I feel the best I have in 5 years. And so knock on wood, knock, 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 hopefully. I am in far less pain with Cymbalta. I deal with chronic pain a lot, and we tried this because it's a pain blocker receptor, and I have a mood disorder both. But because like ever since like I had long COVID, and like everybody says they have fibro, but like I have fibro like pain, but it's like instead of muscular, it's like it feels like your bones are aching like really bad and spine. Well, anyway, I am trying this drug so far. It's actually been really helpful. And so I don't want to jinx myself, but I have been feeling the best I have had in 5 years. And that's something. So maybe I'll be less crabby now, you know. I am a very moody, existential dread bitch. So maybe I'll be more happy go lucky.
Contemplate it, going back and getting that, but nothing is going to make me go back to that place because that would keep me up for days, and that's not healthy for my body or my life. It's not healthy for the kids to see me, you know.
I'm pretty sure I discovered that water was good for me when I said, Mom, can I have some Kool-Aid or can I have a soda? And she'd be like, drink water. I think I learned then. And then when I said I wanted candy, she'd hand me an apple. I think I learned those things then, you know.
No, because when you start staying up for 2 and 3 days, your brain just goes into some type of survival mode. You don't know what you're going to do after 4 days of no sleep. You know what I mean? It's just not good. It's not.
And Jer says she is a bit heavy and she has always had low blood pressure. So sometimes it goes the other direction, which is interesting. I run high, so I have to bring it down low. But I do things in order to help with that. Bum bum. You know, every time I pause her, she makes some weird face, and it's really not on purpose. I don't like time it that way.
Not good for anybody. I know some people that have had success with phentermine. I had a terrible experience on it. I don't want to go back to it. I have to remember I did not gain all this weight in a couple months. I'm not going to lose it all in a couple months. It could take years for me to get back to where I want to be, but I have to start somewhere. And if I mess up and eat 10,000 packs of crackers or whatever, it's okay. And I can go back and try again. And that's the good thing about weight loss. You just keep trying again.
I do need caffeine. I have to manufacture some hype for my work. And so, like, in order to do that, I need caffeine. Otherwise, I'm going to be like, huh. So I got to get a little bit of hype. And the only way I can do that was with caffeine.
So that is my journey. I also, when Mike gets paid, I want to see if I can sign up for my pen foster. Because this summer, now that the kids are on summer break.
Oh, being forced to drink milk and lactose intolerant. Oh, that's unfortunate.
I would like to take the summer to work on getting my GED. For me, I know people go, well, you could just take the GED test. People have to remember, I did finish 11th grade and I was halfway through my senior year. To some people, taking a GED test would be pretty quick, simple, and easy. For me, because it's been so long since I've been in school, and because I was just skating by, barely passing every grade, just enough to legally pass to the next grade, I really want to start from 9th grade. I want to accomplish all 4 years of high school.
Yes, Gretchen has some summer mental health tips, and if you want to post them, I'll definitely share. I have always really pretty much since I've been here, I'll talk openly with both mental health. I have always been really honest about it because, you know, working in church, we would approach mental health issues as like a spiritual problem and not a psychological problem. And I think it's great to, you know, have a spiritual life, but I also think like you sometimes need psychological support and sometimes help with medication, things like that. And so I've always pretty much talked openly about it, not because, oh, poor me, but because I feel like it's a relief to know that other people are dealing with other things too. And sometimes I'm just sort of a sharer, I guess, in that way. And for me, you know, I have always had anxiety and depression since I was a little kid, since I was like 8 years old or younger. And then they basically say I have anxiety, which is like, who doesn't nowadays? I have GAD, generalized anxiety, and depression, but it's pretty heavy depression that I have, and it's year round, and it just gets worse September through March, and then it lets up a little bit about this time. So I have a bit of a cycle, but it like is still year round. And then they say I have, with a descriptor, it's not a diagnosis, CPTSD. So when you're under a lot of chronic stress as a child, it will bite you in the butt later, and then you have to figure out how to deal with it. But that's what we do. We figure it out. So water is good and basic. Yup. Let's see here. I'm just scrolling through, seeing if I missed anybody. Let's see. I didn't see your post, Gretchen, because I know that it's coming. So I just wanted to see if I missed it or not. So if I missed it, go ahead and send it again.
And because I can do it online, I could do it quickly. And that's why I want to start during the summertime, because I would like to accomplish that. I have a whole list of things for my body, my mind. Like, I want to get back on. Okay,
but remember, it's summertime. And if you are on SSRIs or anything in that family-ish, because not everything like Wellbutrin is on SSRI, but all of them make you heat intolerant, just so you know. So drink lots of water and exercise, but don't over-exercise.
And track with, what I set out to do. And that was to better my life. Get a GED, lose weight, put more effort into my appearance. And I just thank my mom for the continued support, my husband for encouraging me and supporting me, my children.
I have all the anxieties. My favorite philosopher, Aunt Jer, and of course, I'm a theist. I'm not an atheist, I'm a theist. My favorite philosopher is Soren Kierkegaard, and he deals with anxiety and existentialism and stuff like that. And so I kind of live in that zone. But all the anxiety, anxiety sucks. Like, I actually find anxiety to be the most, makes me more erratic, I would say. Like, that's when my impulse control goes lower a little bit if I'm anxious. Let's see. Some mental health medications can make you have poor temperature regulation, makes you sensitive to the sun. So be careful out there. It's the summertime. And if you are on those sort of medications, just take it easy. Be aware of that. Drink lots of water. Stay cool. Wear a hat. And don't overwork yourself in the heat.
And all my subscribers who stick by me no matter what, through cancellations, through bad choices, the ups and the downs, everything in between. And I'm just weird stuff for all of you guys. And I would like to document my GED journey, my health journey, my weight loss journey, just everyday life. Like, I continue.
The GED thing, here's my recommendation for that. I was homeschooled and I had to get a GED. The GED thing is knock out the stuff that you can beat right away. So if for instance, I was good at social studies, science, and pretty much everything but math. If you can do all of that, you can knock out whichever ones you're good at right away, and that will it'll be at least off your plate. And I think you have a year to complete it. It depends on your state. And then take on the thing that's the beast to you. So, but go ahead and do it. If it's affecting like what you're going to do in the future, like job or whatever, then go ahead and do it.
Continuously do. I really have to get away from drama.
It is hard actually to get the GED later because what they do is they will, how do I describe it? They basically put you in a study hall. And so you don't have classes anymore. You have to either study yourself or get a tutor or a study hall or something like that. Like it's not, and then everybody's at different levels. You got somebody that's like doing like multiplication and trying to catch up from that level. And you have other people at algebra. And so it's actually, people like go, oh, it's so easy. It's actually, I'd argue harder. You end up catching up on a lot, but it kind of depends on state to state. Some states are easier than others.
The people that don't like me want me to make videos responding to their hateful comments because that is going to keep my channel down. No one is going to subscribe to me if I'm constantly talking about the popcorns and the jugheads and all these random sideshow Bob characters.
Hello,
And
Canadian.
If I want to work with brands, I had someone tell me a couple of days ago, if you want to be serious about working with brands and having a big channel, You've got to get the drama crap off your page. You've got to
Drama. If you want big brands and you want to sell, maybe, but you still can get monetized anyway. And let's see. You said you can still have seasonal affective disorder and depression in seasons changing, like the summertime. That's the thing. We always think that seasonal depression is related to less sun, shorter days, and it is kind of interesting when people have it in the other direction. So it's interesting. I should offer people who are getting the GED. I forget that I actually have time right now, and that type of thing is fulfilling. It is fulfilling. So that's great. I was helping with reading. When I worked with youth, what we were finding is that kids were struggling to get their homework done, so they couldn't come in the middle of the week in youth group. So what we said is hey, let's set aside some time and we'll get in some adults that can help tutor. Heaven forbid you don't want me tutoring for math. I'm awful. But I was helping people that were slow at reading. And then other people had other skills. And so my staffer Dan would help with math and stuff like that. And it is fulfilling because you're helping people succeed. And if you can help people succeed, that does feel good. And that is contributing to society, and it's a good feeling. So
you've got to stop making drama videos about your court stuff and Mike's ROs, and because no major brand is going to work. That's a PR nightmare for them. So, eventually I'm going to go through my page. I'm going to members only,
I just switch
some of the drama related videos, and we're going to get back on track with my channel. A lot of people subscribe for the funny YouTube shorts, the positiveness.
Okay. How many people in chat think she's going to be back on track and out of drama? Out of drama. If you think she's going to be back on track and out of drama, press a 1 in chat. If you think she's going to probably be back in drama by either next week or a couple weeks or so, put a 2 in chat. My bets are on you will be back into drama, because I can just sense it.
Realness about me. Am I hiding my court stuff? Am I hiding the RO stories? No. I've told them so many times on my channel. It's just the videos that are heavily focused on drama and the disgusting clips of popcorn saying things about my children, and just that has got to go. I don't want it on my channel. It's tainting my channel.
Drama
it's bringing my channel down. I will never forget those things that were said. But I think that they're not helping my channel at all, And I want, especially for my kids,
because you've been there before, Christina. Christina, the other Christina,
off my channel.
You've been there, Christina.
So there's going to be some videos that are heavily going to be members only. I'm not hiding.
People
I'm
say
not
they're
running
quitting,
away from anything. I just want to kind of clean up my channel and just get back on track. Every time I start growing as a creator, as a person,
lots of twos.
When my channel starts growing, somebody wants to pick fights with me, and then I go
they're pretty
and pick fights right back. I'm 100% at fault for a lot of the stuff, but then I don't need to listen to it. I don't need to
chaos. It's general.
I don't need to watch any of this, and I certainly don't need to respond to any of it.
Yes,
and people want
Amber.
that, because then they want people to unsubscribe. They want people to run away from my channel. They want people to be like, this lady's crazy. I'm unsubscribing. I don't want to watch this.
Do they want people to run away from your channel? Do they want people to subscribe? I ran to your channel, actually. You were being pretty terrible in some comments, I noticed. And I'm going to open a Mountain Dew. I'm going to be like Wolf, drinking Mountain Dew. I'm crazy like that. I went to your channel because you were being weird in comments. So, I mean, to each their own. Maybe somebody will unsubscribe, but I think you'll get more subs that way, frankly. I'm just saying.
This anymore. And so I am at a healthier mindset, and I want to keep it that way. My channel is not a drama channel. It never was meant to be a drama channel. It's a lifestyle channel. I started from anti-mommy vlogger to lifestyle, and I document my life.
I started with religion and philosophy, and I ended up in a drama channel. It's kind of the normal evolution, I guess, unless you stay super hyper focused. But it just sort of kind of fell into me, and what happened with a lot of people in the debate group. Like a lot of people just sort of moved from like debate and philosophy, religion, God or no God, and they moved to that to, well, now that we've had all the conversations, look at Shanny for Christ. You know, like you ended up being like a Lulz cow watcher, and you know, I like to do both. I like to have good conversations. I also like to laugh at weirdos. I like to do both, but I can tell you that my weirdo watching streams do better than my let's talk politics or religion or something.
All the ups and downs. We are a working middle class family, you know, and we're just trying to get by. Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of editing the vlog.
Are you middle class? Because if you are renting to own things like you've described, my guess would be that you're like working class, teetering on the edge of middle class to poor, but then you have a house. I don't know.
August is later on the 31st, and I'm in the middle of editing the vlog, and I realized that, as Shelly always does, as I always do, I completely went off in a different direction.
Yeah, Minnow used to be a Amber Lynn detractor, right? So like the way I know Shanny, she knows Amber Lynn.
So yeah, that's basically how I want my channel to be. I want it's really hard because YouTube wants you to be in a niche. They want you to have a specific channel. So if you're a cooking channel, you have to be a cooking channel all the time. If you're a drama channel, you have to be a drama channel all the time. And it sucks because I'm like,
yeah, you know, Shanley, you know, I was always afraid to have kids. I mean, I wanted kids, but I was always a bit like afraid. Like you know, like you carry a lot of the baggage, and you go, I don't want to do the same thing to my kid as my parents did to me or whatever. And then you try to do better and say, you know, the apple falls from the tree. I'm going to do this differently. And sometimes you jerk too far the other direction or whatever. And I always had self-doubt, like worry, like, would I be a good parent or not? And I found that there is just so many dumbass people that have zero fucks, zero worries that with whether or not they'll be a good or bad parent. I mean, look at Shanny for Christ. She's a parent. She got her kids taken away from her. And so like, it's interesting. There's a lot of like lack of self-awareness. And so she's self-aware to know that she has money problems, but not self-aware enough to figure out what to do next. So yeah, I don't know. It's yeah, raising a family is a lot of responsibility. I really wanted kids, but at the same time, with the way the world is right now, I'm kind of glad I don't, because it's scary right now. I have dogs and that'll do. But you know, I did want kids, and it was, my uterus was trying to kill me. So apparently that didn't work out. But you know, endometriosis is a bitch. But I am always noticing that there's a lot of people that have zero doubt that they're just awesome parents, or they'll be fine, or not a worry. And I just am baffled by that, because I swear I don't pause her like this on purpose. It's one of those things where it's like they accidentally got pregnant and they're like, well, I guess we're going to go through with it.
I cook, I clean,
Well,
I
we all do.
just talk about my life.
A lot of us cook and clean and go to work.
My child.
And if you're superhuman and a mom that works, you cook and clean and go to work and take care of your kids.
Good story times. I go live. I craft. I mean, it's very ups and downs. It's highs.
I
and
do
lows
my hobby
and everything in between. And I know some people think it's a train wreck, and that's okay. But I literally I live online. My life is shown online. Everything is shown online. I don't want to say there is no privacy. My kids get
Is that really? Working class is considered income of 61 or less? Really? That's really... I would have guessed like 45, maybe 61.
Most of the privacy in my family. I don't really document, film, or talk about them often, but I have so many ideas, and I hate it. I hate every time. It's like a self-sabotage thing, because every time I get motivated, every time I start growing, every time I get into these YouTube shorts where you know, I know some people, but like 7,000 views is not a lot. For my little channel, it is. And when I start getting really good views on YouTube shorts and I really start getting on a roll, then I either get myself into drama, or I start drama myself, or somebody says one thing about me and I'm not doing anything to them. That I can take accountability and ownership of everything I've done.
Okay, this is something that struck me about this. She's going to say, I take accountability and ownership of everything I've done. So on the face, that sounds very adult and responsible, but just wait, just a few seconds later.
But there are times that I'm not bothering anyone that people poke at me. And they do that because they know that the next day I'm going to talk about it in a blog.
I take ownership and accountability and I have no self-control and they poke at me.
They control me in a way. I'm a puppet to them.
They control you. You just took accountability and ownership, and now you're saying the trolls, whoever they are, or detractors, whoever they are controlling you, and you're just their puppet. Like, come on, bye. This is stupid.
And I feed right into their crap
Yes, you do.
all the time without fail. And I'm like, I've got to stop doing that.
Impulse control.
Every time I start getting a little bit successful, something happens where I go,
Girl, I don't think it's the drama that's holding you back. I think it's rolling down the hill in the grass that's holding you back.
down to a level of drama. And my subscribers are being taken along for this psychotic ride of me fighting with content creators or other subscribers
30K sounds
of other
really
content
low.
creators. Like, if there's a content creator that doesn't like me and they're in a live stream and they're saying nasty things about me, and then I start fighting with them. And it's just like, I go over to other people's pages and I start fights. I'm like, what am I doing? What am I doing? That is not me. That's not what I'm about. So I am working through that and going and getting proper help. And
Be honest with yourself when you engage with drama. I'm honest with myself. Look, at least I think I am. There's an aggression in me, I think, just a bit, and it needs to have a route to go to. And so why not towards like Shani, for Christ, who's a terrible person, or why not towards Megan? There's a little bit of aggression there, obviously. But also, I think it's funny. I'm not here to make somebody leave the internet. I'm not here to make everybody unsubscribe from people. I'm here just to have a laugh, or a good discussion. Depends on which one I'm pivoting to. But like, I'm not here to like, I don't know. I'm not here to change the world. I'm not here to be Batman. I don't know.
therapy and things like that, and getting the necessary
Therapy's
tools
good.
to help me grow as a person, not just for my channel, but as a human being. Getting a GED, going back and getting my diploma / GED. Even if I don't use it, I get to the point where I never accomplish or finish anything in my life. I will start something and then just.
I have the weirdest, variants of impulse control and not impulse control. Like, I can hold my temper like a champ and be like, like if I want to, like I can have like huge impulse control in weird situations. But then I'm just really honest. Like, if it's a friendship and it's going wrong, I have to fight this need to fix it. And I have to like calm the fuck down. And so like, I tend to want to fix it, scramble, fix it. And I've learned now that I need to not do that. But that's an impulse control that I have difficulty controlling. But then I have things like where people make me angry, they razz me up. I am weirdly controlled in that way. So it's weird. My impulse control goes up and down quite a bit on what depends on the what.
Just give up and go to the next thing. Start that, give up. And I want to feel like I accomplish things in my life. I want to get my GED, and that's got to happen.
So you make a list and a plan, and you say, this is the thing I want to accomplish. And you start doing it one by one, and not the whole list at once. Just do the thing that you want to do and go for that one. And then kind of give yourself a realistic time frame to work on. And there's like there's an acronym for this, but I can't think of it right now. I'm really bad at acronyms. They don't help me because I don't remember them.
I can't just keep talking about it and then it never happened. I got to do the thing that I'm talking about. Losing weight. We can't just sit here and be on vlogging and say, I lost 7 pounds and then
all over the
gain
place.
it all back and then just forget about it. I have the power to lose weight. Stop eating, get up, and exercise. It's not that hard. I have the power to get out of drama. Don't engage in drama. No one is forcing me to do any of these things.
Here's a good one. Exercise. Like, if you don't feel like exercising, you can set an alarm on your phone and go, I'm going to do this no matter what. And you can start with a small amount of time. like a very small amount of time. Like let's say you start with 15 minutes and then you expand it to 20 and then 30 or whatever you need to do. But you can set your goal low and then start raising it higher, and you'll be more successful in that.
Things, and I just have to remember to stop being in this victimizing, self-sabotaging mode and just get the hell up and do the things, you know? So I'm not a bad person. I'm not a mean person. I think that I don't think before. I think that I don't think. That doesn't sound right, but you know.
Oh yeah, the EKC. Yeah, that's my skill set. It's one of my skill sets, being able to stay calm. It's weird. When I worked in church, that was a really handy thing too, because what I kind of do is, I'm going to sound deranged, but what I kind of do is pull out of my feelings a little bit, if that, like an observer. And that's a weird trait to have, but it is a trait that a lot of people have, like emergency services and stuff like that too, where they sort of just like are in the moment. Like I am one of the best people. If you decided to cut your finger off, I am one of the best people to come and help you, because I will not freak out. I will suddenly be really calm. I freak out over dumb things like, oh my gosh, I have to drive my car in the rain. That's the kind of stuff I freak out about. But if you cut your finger off, I will be oddly calm because we just need to get through this, you know. But everybody's different what they do. But yeah, I people can scream at me or whatever, and here's what I say. When somebody like Tina, I caught you screaming, and you see us, you know, when I was talking to EKC, and EKC was rage hairbrushing her hair. What I tell myself is, I do not need to take this emotional escalation trip with you, and your emergency or your Tina mission is not mine. And so I can just put that in a box, and like, it doesn't faze me. It's just one of those things. It doesn't faze me. People I love and close to me can faze me, but people that like are on the outside, they don't faze me at all. It's like bulletproof. I'm just one of those people.
And I don't think before I say things. I just do things on pure adrenaline, emotion, and reactionary.
Okay, that's not a good thing. That is not a good thing. That is like animal. Okay, humans are animals, but I do things out of adrenaline, emotion, and reactionary. That's what animals do. I just want to remind you, you are a human being, and you are capable of cognition, and you are capable of making a plan and boundaries. And this is how I want to behave with X thing. And when people do this escalation thing, you know, I don't have to escalate with them. I don't have to raise with them. But yeah, saying that you're just reactionary, that's not a good thing. That is not a good thing at all.
Type of person. And I'm learning to stop. I don't think I'm the only one in the world that acts like this.
No, but I can tell you that people that just run on emotion, reactionary, and adrenaline, they end up like Shanny for Christ and in the spiral. And that's where you could end up. Now, you might have better support systems and like a better governor, but in her case, she's borderline disorder, and that is literally like raw emotion constantly.
I think that maybe I have the power, you know, to control my life and the things in it. I have the power to conduct myself more professionally. I have the power to lose weight. I have the power to stay out of drama. I have the power to take my channel into such a...
I got the power. Okay, Titan Uranus, that is his name. I'm not insulting him. I'm here to phase people, and chew gum, and I brought extra gum. Who wants a piece? What kind of gum is it? What kind of gum is it? That's what I want to know. I like Wrigley. I know that's not always popular, but I like Wrigley.
More positive space. And I have the power to grow and change as a wife, a mother, a daughter, a human. And I need to actually do the things that I say I want to do and not just talk about it. I put myself on the back burner a lot, and I focus on everyone else. And you can focus on your family, but still focus on yourself too.
So write down that one thing. Start with an easy goal, that one thing. Write it down. Go, I'm going to do this one thing no matter what. And then that's how I get myself to the gym. Like, that's how I've been working out lately. I've been trying to lose weight. And also I'm trying to relieve stress and feel better. But like, I write it down and I go, I'm going to do this one thing no matter what. Unless you know, heaven forbid a plane falls on my head. But other than that, yeah, do the one thing.
And that is going to change. And now that I have the necessary tools and the right help and things like that, I can move forward in a more positive direction, because I can see that nothing that I do is going to change people's minds. I can talk about everything that they get incorrect. Like I said in previous logs, people are incorrect about me on purpose.
People do change their minds, actually, Shelley. People do change their minds. I've witnessed it. I've watched it. People change their minds. Yes, like more positively, or no. But people do change their minds. I wouldn't give up on that totally. If people see some sort of transformation, yeah, they do that. Geez, oh my God. I'm so glad that people in the houses weren't killed. Oh my God. So a plane almost like hit me, like literally. And then like I was a basket case for a whole day, like literally whole day. Yeah, it's yeah, the people in the houses were okay.
Know the story. They know the truth. They know what I've been saying all along. They choose to get it wrong because they don't like me. They don't want to see my side. They're never going to see my side. And they think it's funny to watch me make content that they solely created, if that makes sense. Like they control me in a way, because they'll say, well, Shelly's a convicted felon.
Again, you said, I'm taking full accountability. I'm taking ownership. And that's just like the second or third time that you said they control me. Which is it? Do they control you, or are they goading you in? Now, that's true that people can goat people in and bait people. Hell, we all do it online. All of us. I'm sure you do. Like baiting is something else, but you got to take the bait, and you have to recognize it's bait. And if you recognize it's bait, which I get baited quite a bit, either I want to engage because it's funny, or I want to engage because somebody's being bullied, or I don't want to engage. Like I pick what I want to do. And what I say to you is, if you do engage with drama, take inventory and go, is this good for me at this time? Is this person someone that's going to increase my lack of impulse control? That is something that's a factor, because there are some people that get under your skin more than others. And you can gauge, like I always do drama on my own terms. And if somebody like wants to do it on their terms, I'm not playing, and you can engage that way if you want, but you have to follow through, and you have to recognize the bait. If you don't recognize the bait, you're going to fall for the bait.
And then they know Shelly's going to get on a video and say, I'm not a convicted felon. Da, da, da. Brands, I'm, applying to be an affiliate to the Walmart brand and everything. And so there are many people that have given me
really
links to affiliate programs and things like that, so I can get commission. And if I want to be serious and I want friends to refer me to brands and things like that, I got to stop acting the way I'm acting. So this is just my way of saying, I promise I will be out of the drama, and we are going to move in the summertime is a fresh start. And I'm just thankful that everyone has continued to follow me and subscribe to me. And I have to realize that it's okay to be the butt of the joke, but it's not okay for strangers on the internet to control you. And I didn't even realize it. Like, I've fed into it. I thought, no, I got to make a video. So-and-so said that I, do.
You cannot take the bait. So you have to recognize what the baits are. Like, I know common baits that people hand me, and I can choose the pearl clutch. Sometimes I will, because like I do pearl clutch a little bit with the things Wolf says, because I think it's disgusting. But it's not because I am broken or upset about it as much as I think it's just gross. I think it's like, I'm going to highlight that that's a gross thing to say to somebody. But for me, because I have dealt with fundamentalists and all sorts of weird people that say really horrendous things, like I'm just sort of like, well, it does not affect me emotionally. But if it is affecting you emotionally, then yeah, you gotta put a governor on it. And there might be seasons where you feel like you can engage and when you can't. Like when somebody dies and I'm in grief, I'm not gonna be messing around.
And this and that. And then they sit there in the background laughing, like, see, I told you she was gonna make a video about it tomorrow. And I have to remember that that's the whole point. They're making me make content to appease and make.
They're making you make content? They're making you make content? Or are you going to take ownership and accountability and you realize that you're making content, and yes, there's bait and you're being goaded, but they're not making you make content. They're not making you not make content either.
Jokes for them. And that's not who I am as a person.
Are you sure that's not who you are? I think you should reevaluate yourself. Maybe do like the Big Five test. Do the Big Five test. Do some evaluations.
And I don't mind that I overshare and tell about my life. I just want it to be my choice, not because I'm trying to get ahead of something, not because someone's.
Also, she's a felon. What did you do? See, for me, felony is like one of those things where, like, it sounds like I'm like, oh, that's not a big deal. I mean, if somebody's a felon, I take note of it. It's good to know. But like at the same time, it just kind of depends on what you did. Like that, I'm concerned about. If you messed with kids, then I hope like the worst happens to you. But if it's just that, I don't know. Like I'll use Kyle as an example. Kyle who stole a bunch of money. Like I would never pick him as a business partner, and I wouldn't platform him. But I see it differently than like really, really violent crime or, you know, harm to kids, things like that. So like, I guess there's like a threat meter. So for me, if somebody says I'm a felon, it just kind of depends on what it is that I care about, you know? So child abuse, I care about, but I don't know. I don't know. It just kind of depends.
You know, trying to control the narrative. I want to do it on my own terms. And so, yeah. Anyway, I got up in the attic yesterday and I was going to make that a YouTube short and then I never did. So I'll add it to the end of this vlog.
An attic?
My attic.
Oh, we're in her attic. I like halfway expecting like a bunch of raccoons tearing things apart, or like two people that have just been camping out there and she didn't realize lived up there.
The only thing about being a fat person going up this small ass attic is I always end up with 10,000 bruises. Oh man, this attic is so full now.
The title felon doesn't bother you? Yeah. It just depends on what it is. Yeah.
It looks like it's just been ransacked.
Oh, yeah. Stealing's not good, but
I
it's
got a Barbie
not
dream house.
the thing.
All those toys. Oh man.
Yeah, I don't hang out with Kyle. I don't plan
This is
for
our
him.
attic, guys. Told you a lot of my craft supplies has been put away in boxes. That box, those bins. This.
Aunt Jer says, people like this, I wonder if they have older siblings. I learned as a younger sibling that any reaction to sibling torment made it worse. And that's what he wanted the reaction to get. Yes. So I'm the youngest out of 5. So I'm a baby. And babies do get like things done for them. That's true. But babies also get teased a lot. One time this sounds like a Bible story like Joseph, but one time my sister and my brother, the ones that are closest to my age, they dug a hole. Like the hole was already kind of halfway dug anyway, but they dug it even deeper and they threw me in it and I couldn't get out. And they laugh about it still. They think it's funny. You remember the time we dug a hole? But for whatever reason, like, and if you show like that you were upset or panicked, they'll just tease you forever, or they'll do it again. They'd take my doll and they'd hold it for ransom. And you just realize, like, if I don't overreact, this is not going to be as bad. But if I start crying and flinching or something, they're going to do it again.
Things got all my turners. It's so dark you can't see. That's all my turners.
All right,
and
I'm
stuff.
not interested in your attic. Let's go.
So it's
Anything
a keyboard
else?
that one of my kids got, and then my son got that cat because it looks like my mother's cat for Christmas.
Lego
the Lego cat. But he wanted to keep the box.
Lego
So,
Capo.
Get that P.O. box, and I'm going to start making tumblers again, and I'm really excited, and that's a passion of mine.
People still use Tumblr?
It was a full-fledged business at one point.
Oh, like Tumblr's to drink out of.
And it's crazy because I literally almost forgot. Even though I was really happy to buy my daughter shoes on my first YouTube paycheck, I forgot that I had a whole business, a whole freaking business, because it's been something that's been on the back burner for
That's
so
a good
long.
business.
But I was like, if I had made my own money before, but it never really went to anything for the kids specific, like specific
Titan.
children and specific items.
As
It
the
just went to
oldest.
basic bills, like Mike's car payments, gas money, like credit card payments, but it never went to my kid needed this, because anytime my kid needs something, Mike buys it. So that was truthful when I said, like, it's the first time I was able to buy my child something, because to me it was, because it's different when you're paying to keep a roof over someone's head, or electricity, or cell phone bill, or something like that, or my restitution payment, or, you know, something like that, versus I need shoes, I need new socks, I need, you know, something like that. So I bought a basic necessity for a child for the first time ever, because I don't think any money that I've ever earned actually went to a specific
What was the necessity?
child for a specific item. It just went to general household stuff, groceries, you know.
Wait, you've never bought your kid anything? Like what does that mean? Like a doll? You know, Trump says that we can cut down the 30 dolls down to one doll. Like one doll?
When I got money from my dad and from my like the life insurance and stuff like that, that went to car payments, gas, the mortgage for my dad's house, like things like that. So it was for everyone. It was a general bill for the household, but never to my daughter or to my oldest son or to my youngest son. So, but yeah, I sometimes forget that I had a whole freaking business, that made money, sometimes the same amount of money that Mike made. And so I know that my Tumblrs,
I somehow doubt you have a good business sense. I just get that vibe that you just don't have a good business sense. I'm vibing. Let's see here. I feel so sad for her kids. Yeah, I don't know what she's trying to say. Maybe she means like a big thing, you know, not like a small thing, but a big thing. Because she's talked about getting a trampoline or something. Maybe she's talking about that. And like bigger things are a bigger deal, like, you know, to families that don't have money. When I was growing up, the big thing that we got that was a lot for us because we were really tight was we got a above ground pool, like the ones that you build, and it's an above ground pool. And dude, my siblings and I, we had a blast in it. Like, yeah, it's not as fancy or whatever, but it was really fun. And you know, got a lot of use and stuff. So I get like, you know, needing a big thing because kids have to have an outlet or whatever. But I don't know if she's talking about that or something else.
that my products are popular and people like them and they're good quality. Forget that I do have the capability of having a successful business. So we're going to do that. And I just have so many ideas, so many things in the works for myself, and we're going to stay on track. We're not going to let these sideshow characters drag.
Now remember, kids, when you have mania, you have lots of ideas, but your follow through might not be so great. And then when you hit the downward spiral, it gets even harder. Hopefully it's not that.
Drag me down anymore and get me into drama. I'm not going to be a locale. I'm not going to make content for their amusement.
Okay, so don't be milked. Hide your udders.
I'm going to just make my content tunnel vision. Don't look at this character. Don't look at that character or that
Don't be looking at me.
character or that character. Tunnel vision, guys.
Tunnel vision.
Solely me and my subscribers.
Blinder.
Positive engagement only.
Okay.
I'm not going to deal with negativity. We're not going to do that again. I say it all the time, and then a couple months later, I get back into it. I'm not going to do it this time.
Right.
I know it's hard. It just you show people change by your actions and time.
You'll be back. You'll be back because one, the impulse control thing, but two, you're going to realize that your content's not getting enough attention.
It's going to take time and my actions through the next few months, couple years to show that I've changed. You can't say you've changed and then a couple days later do the same thing. Yet, you know, people stop believing you after you keep.
She's going to like be like, I'm going to paint my room orange.
Saying it over and over and over again. It's like, I'll believe it when I see it. So it's time to show people that I'm changing. So yeah, that is going to be my journey. I really think I'm going to dye my hair. I really think it's funny when I tell people that I just turned 34 and they're like, oh my God, I thought you were 54. So I'm like, okay, we're covering these grays. I maybe in my 40s or 50s will embrace the gray hair.
I went gray. How you wear your gray matters. So like if you don't put your hair up like that and you arrange it differently, how your gray matters, the way you gray matters. But like I went gray because I was losing my hair quite a bit, like by the root. And I was like, well, I'd rather be gray than bald, like if I'm going to choose the two. But I miss being a brunette, like I do. But I think it was also partially COVID and autoimmune related, but it slowed down as soon as I stopped like dyeing my hair. But yeah, I'm completely gray, silver. But I notice that if you put your hair up tight like that and stuff, it's not as soft. It will make you look older. Obviously, the gray makes you look older. It ages you 5 to 10 years. That is true. People will assume you're older than who you are. And it's one of those things. I have a fairly young face, but it is one of those things. How you wear it, though, does matter. That's the one thing I wish I was a dude. Like, if I was a guy, I could be like, I'm a silver fox. But if you're a girl, you're there like, hey, grandma.
But I'm covering it up. And I'm not trying to tell people if you have gray hair at a young age to cover it up that it's shameful. Me, I think I just look a little better.
One thing that I do like about gray is it's like countercultural. It's like a big fuck you to society. Like I'm not gonna dye my hair. Fuck you. And that kind of does feel good actually in a way. But how you wear your gray does matter a lot. Yeah. So let's see. Cindy, hi, good to see you. Oh, okay. Nighty night. As you drift off. Let's see here.
With normal color hair. Even my oldest son makes jokes. Like, he's not hurting my feelings, but he just goes, "You're so old." Like, for my birthday, he's like, "You're ancient. You're like a fossil." I'm like, I'm not that old, okay? I was like, Mimi's older than me. Mimi is my mom. They call her Mimi. I was like, Mimi's in her 60s.
Dude, for kids, like anything older than 30 is old.
I'm only in my 30s. I was like, I'm not that old, guys.
You're only, whoa. Okay. She's in her 30s. Okay, she does look old. I didn't want to be an asshole. I'm 45. You do look old. I thought you were my age. Oh dear. Yeah, you're as gray as I am. Interesting. Why are you so stressed out? Why are you so gray? I know I started graying. So at 30 something, I was like Doctor Strange. I had and I was dyeing my hair. I got the gray temples before anything, like Doctor Strange style. And so I was like, I better dye this. This is crazy looking. But now I'm just completely silver and gray. And I got highlights and lowlights too. It's pretty funny, just naturally. But it is what it is. Just taking a look real quick. You got grays. I just see red hair when I see you. Lots of red hair, and it's beautiful. Beautiful red hair. Let's see. She's only 34? Dude, I thought she was at least 45. At least. Oh, man. You living hard? What's going on?
Guys. But yeah, I think I'm going to dye it. And so maybe my next video in a couple days, I will go in the bathroom. We'll make like one of the old school videos, like how I dyed my hair before. It'd be really funny if we can get Mike to do it again, because somehow him after a couple beers and dyeing my hair, and me and him in the bathroom with like just funny banter together, you guys seem to like that. So Mike is off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but he said that he might be picking up some overtime shifts. So we'll see if he has a day off in between those days, if he could possibly maybe dye my hair, and then you can all sit there and we can like laugh together about him trying to dye my hair, because he does a good job. So yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go. Thank you guys for listening to me say that I'm gonna make my life a better life for the millionth time, and let's see if I actually do it this time.
Let's see if you do it this time. Also, again, if you're gonna take accountability and ownership, maybe stop saying people are controlling me several times. Maybe not do that. Just saying, like you just sort of contradicted yourself, which is wild. So Gretchen says, Shelly, you would look lovely with a nice henna warm chestnut hair color. That is, yeah, probably. All right, let's see here. We're gonna go ahead and stop this, and I'm gonna move on to my favorite taboo topics. So, oh my. How do I say this? So, this is going to be like a review-ception. Meg and Wolf were reviewing Michelle, and I thought this one might be a good one to review. Real quick, I wanted to say that you're either with us or a troll. I'm just saying that logic is always like repeated by Meg. It's Steve logic, actually. You're either with us or you're a troll. And so I am more than a troll, ma'am. And trolling is an honored profession. Okay. So anyway, it's a long time honored profession. All right, let's see here. We're going to share this. Share screen and sound. Making sure I'm in the right spot. There we go. Ugh, all the flowers. Ugh, ugh. So I do watch their chat. I think their chat's actually funny most of the time. Like Tambone and her commentary, and Gabby commentary. Gabby, I'm going to be commenting to your comment, by the way. I saw it last night. I have something to say to you.
Long. Yeah. So.
I know it's bad.
You know, even though this person stays paranoid a lot, maybe she's finally seeing that she's being used by the trolls.
See me trolling.
Yeah, it's common sense, and she ain't got that. No, she ain't it.
Yeah, but they've been using the hell out of her, and I'm hoping she's finally seeing that. Though,
if you would like to join my business, Trolls LLC, Ethical Trolls, or if you would like to join my seminar on how to ethically troll, let me know, and maybe we'll set something up. Ethical trolling involves boundaries, clear set boundaries, and lack of cruelty. Like maybe bitch slap, maybe a little bit of sarcasm, but not cruelty. And so troll responsibly. Not all trolls are built the same. So it's a very broad term. There are malicious trolls and they're not malicious trolls.
so I doubt she'll walk away from them. But
she's not gonna. Yeah, she's not going to. I'm gonna have to, like I said, I'm gonna have to press them charges, and that's the only way she's gonna stop.
Exactly.
Is what it is.
Oh yeah.
Haters and naysayers. That's a whole group.
See. Hey Heather.
Shout out to haters and naysayers. That is the group that is one of the largest detractors
what else
for
is happening
Von Helton.
Okay. Let me see what April said. I have 2 dogs in my bed because the one wants to sleep with me tonight. Ladybug always.
No, I still have a Discord account.
They missed
So
you.
they're gonna be taking over the bed, huh, April? Probably
wake up and have your covers and be comfortable. Maybe sleep like angels with your blankets.
I know it.
Oh man, I love dogs.
So let me get this ready real quick.
My last dog lived till he was 14 years old. And I missed him. I never replaced him because I hadn't been ready yet.
It's
My mom's
hard.
got a shepherd that's 19 years old. He's 19 still. He's on his left leg, but he's still here.
A 19-year-old dog? That's pretty good. It's a long run. My dog is almost 16.
It's hard when you lose your fur baby.
Yeah, they're family members.
Really,
they will always be your puppies.
Yeah.
They are family as far as I'm concerned.
Right, exactly.
I want to speed Meg up and
let me just get to the right.
Same. I wish I could.
I'm rolling a joint. I ain't playing my game right now. I know it's shocking.
Okay, there.
Wolf, can you go a day without smoking weed? I'm just curious. Like, I partake too, but I make sure that I have days where like there's no partaking. And I'm just wondering if you ever do that, or do you have to? Are you compelled to? Do you need it?
There we go. Okay. The chat is. I know that whenever I share the screen, I know it's hard for y'all to see the chat, but I do have the screenshot. So if y'all can't see them good, we can always pull them up that way too. This was a very, very short live, like 10 minutes and 20 seconds. So
it's 10 minutes and 20 seconds that you talked for an hour and 40 minutes.
Basically, she just went live to go, demand people to do this and that. Like,
where in the world is Megan's nose? Does anyone know? I don't know.
She is the boss of the internet.
Come on, man.
Yeah. So
I don't get that from Michelle, that she's the boss of the internet. I don't get that. That's not. I mean, she got a little bit bossy in this last stream, but I mean, people make declarations all the time, and you can choose to adhere or ignore it. But whatever. And
I see Sue crawled out of her hole that she's been hiding.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, she was in the chat telling Michelle, good for you for standing up for to every.
She's not crawling out of her hole. She's coming down from her tower. Duh.
Everybody. She didn't do nothing but make herself look like an asshole.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I demand. So y'all want to demand? I demand you all grow up. I demand you all get some integrity, some honesty, some common sense. How about that?
I demand you not to be a flip flop and twit, Michelle, and a backstabber.
I demand
I don't want to grow up wolf. I'm a Toys R Us kid.
you not support racists. I demand you not support pedos and all that stuff y'all support over there.
I wish you'd stop misusing that word. So like, it's weird because I'm not gonna like attack the validity of him being a victim, but he says he's a victim, and someone took advantage of him when he was, I'm guessing high school is what I was getting from him, and he was underage, and that's really sad and awful. And that's one of those things that's sort of a mind F, because at the time you might not realize that's what it is, and as you get older you realize what it is, and you're like, oh, and then you have to deal with it kind of retroactively, and that is a real thing. But what I'm weirded out by, Wolf, is most people that are victims understand the gravity of calling somebody the P word. That it is such a huge violation that I put it up with murder, actually. I put it up right there. And I feel like it's such a serious violation that if I'm going to call somebody that, they better be that. And I would just, the way that you liberally use that, I think it's disgusting. I just do. And I don't like what Cheshire said. I don't like what Manya said. They always say terrible things. I never like them. They tell lies. They stretch the truth. They accuse people of terrible things. It's not just you. They've accused people of SA before. They have problems, but you're using the P word, and you're using it and applying it to every random that you don't like. And I just think if you survive that, maybe you ought to be more careful in how you apply that. And it's okay to be disgusted and want to protect people and disagree with how people do things. Like, I don't like it when people put their kids on camera, because I feel like there's a lot of weirdos around. Don't do that, kind of thing. But like, to run in and call someone a pedo because for the mildest reason, it's just, I don't know. It's a serious arrow to shoot. And I would say take aim very carefully when you use that. And you're very careless with it. And it's noticeable that you're careless. I just think it's strange for a victim to be that careless.
And so she's going to start in on blondes are awesome first. Okay. And we're going to pause because I have some things to say on this, of course.
All right.
Yeah, they're watering down serious words. Yeah, they're stretching it. You could say enabler.
Yeah, we're going to pause a lot because we don't, and we're going to commentate the entire time.
Now you follow the rules.
Because I mean, she has played like 3 or 4 of my live streams, so
Yeah, I remember Cheshire accused somebody of SA that was clearly untrue, and that was terrible. And then when she was proved to be wrong, she came out and said, "Oh, it was a layered argument." As they repeated it, Manu repeated it 50 times. 50 times, I counted it. There's evidence of it. And they play really nasty. And they were making P accusations on Wolf too. And I think that's a serious accusation, but I'm not covering them right now because I've covered them for years in the past. They're liars. They lie, they exaggerate, they're disgusting. Nothing's changed. This is a repeat of things that they've done. They're just directing it to a different person. That person says someone I happen to not like. That person is questionable in some ways, but I just can't assume that unless I had evidence otherwise, kind of thing. So I just say be careful with that word, because that word can get somebody removed from the planet, if you know what I mean. I just think it's a serious word.
So all is fair.
She hated it, but she wants to be a part of it still. Imagine that. Because it was the best when she was over here. She knows that.
The name of her live was Unlock or Stop. Demanding blondes are awesome to
Put
unlock.
Up or shut up.
Wow.
Tell her to unlock. If she wants to stay locked, she can stay locked. It's
that's not even our friend. We're telling you that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Real about it.
It's her Twitter. And if she wants to put messages in her
So when I was younger, that wasn't a bad word, and like you had the soup kitchen, you know, and so like it's interesting. So the sensitivity had a lot of variance between household to household to that word. I noticed that like there was a switch over probably late 90s for that word, where people start getting more sensitive, but that also goes with the R word and other things, words that people thought were acceptable that like we're not. But yeah, but now we have real ones, like ones that are like, yeah, they're coming out of the woodwork. So yeah.
For bio that weren't even to you,
Right.
then let her do it. Why is that any
Yeah.
of your concern?
So blondes are awesome. I don't really understand the whole thing between her and them. I just know that one walked away and there's been banter back and forth. And so I don't really want to like cast judgment on that either direction, but to say that you can't demand somebody to unlock. And if somebody's like passively aggressively like putting their status, which is what the claim is, who cares? Like who cares? Like who cares? Let them. What does it matter if that's the case? Yeah, you know, I don't
Are
care.
you
not
the
our concern.
spokesman for everybody? Because from what I saw, even Alice came in and told you to leave her name out of it. You dumbass.
Damn, that's a problem. That's a clown problem.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, I don't know. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
who
that's
you
the one I
think
was
you
thinking of.
are. Lately, Michelle, I think you're showing off, trying to act like
Yeah,
really
too bad.
badass, so
Mhm.
everybody will think you're, Michelle is awesome and tough, and she'll tell the trolls that, who y'all call us the trolls.
Man.
Even though y'all are the trolls, tell them anything. But
For those that don't know who she is, she's barely been here a year. Barely been here a year. Okay? She has not been here long.
Yeah.
We have to know who we don't. She does not know.
So one of the things I notice is how I don't want to say friendly, but kind of she is with Wands are awesome. And I noticed that. I don't know what to think of that.
This community like she thinks she does. She's faking the phone, as they say. Okay.
yeah.
But, here's who she is. Like I said, Michaela, I demand you get some integrity first before you tell me to do anything. Because if you had any integrity,
Right.
I don't think you know what integrity means. Like define it, Wolf. Define integrity and give me examples of how you have integrity.
you wouldn't have demanded shit from me.
Exactly. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Hey.
Don't
How's
say
everybody
me
doing?
because I'm close
Lord
to
have
the
mercy.
edge.
So I thought I would come on here and make a recorded video.
Hey, Jackson, Mac.
And I'm going to try to not say so much. I noticed in my transcripts that I say that a lot.
Can you try not to wheeze in everybody's ears too while
Yeah,
you're
I
at
heard that
it?
when she first started. Like
Right.
Darth Vader came on.
What I wanted to talk about today was
You said
a
A lot of
Twitter
us say it's a space
lady
filler.
that has been harassing
What?
myself and others.
Okay, let's stop right
Let's
there.
stop.
First of
Yeah,
all,
let's stop that. I don't even know that woman. I don't like her, but I know she doesn't do that to you, Michaela.
she is
I know.
How would you know that, Wolf? How would you know anything? And also, like, I guess, like for me, like, harassment's a big word too. That I use in specific circumstances and not others. And online, criticizing back and forth, I don't really consider that the H word. Also, I don't think she's a creator. She's just a commenter. So to make a video, Michaela, just Michelle, this is my rule of thumb, and you can take it or leave it forever you want. And I'm not like judging you. I try not to make videos about commenters, except maybe in passing, like, hey, Alice, blah blah blah, I've done that, or hey, so and so, I noticed that you said that. Occasionally I'll do that, but like a whole video towards somebody that has an account that is a commenter on Twitter or whatever. Everybody can decide what they want to do. I always feel like it's like, how do I say it? It was my complaint about what Steve did to Charla, in the sense that, not that this is the same level, but in the sense that coming hard on making a bunch of videos. In his case, he made several videos on somebody who didn't have a YouTube either. It's sort of like bringing a tank to like a knife fight kind of thing, you know, if that makes sense. So that's how I look at it. Everybody has different boundaries in what they do and they don't do. And I'll comment like briefly on something, but like, yeah, like generally speaking, you know, you're going to have to decide this for yourself. Megan does that. She makes videos on commenters. She doesn't, in fact, I think either this video or another video, she says she doesn't give an F, and she'll make a video and go after commenters just fine. And I just think again, it's like bringing a tank to a knife fight, but you know, everybody has to decide what they want to do, but
not harassing anybody. Okay. She hasn't even been online. Now, just because she's changed her bio,
I don't know. It could be that somebody's pestering somebody a whole lot back and forth, and you know, and there's a lot of things that we don't see. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on completely between Michelle, Pork Chop, Blondes, and Alice. I just don't know.
Michelle, she wasn't even speaking to you.
Right.
Now,
how do you know unless you talk to her? How would you know, Megan? How would you know who she's speaking to?
Mind you, she's locked, so there's no competition here.
Yeah, she's locked.
Yeah, so how's she harassing locked?
Yeah, she's walked away from all of the mess
How do you
and
know?
Everything. She's not bothering anybody.
How do you know she walked away?
So
Exactly.
how do you figure she's harassing you? I mean, she's not.
In order for her to harass Michaela,
it's like she's talking like she knows this person, but I thought she didn't know that person. But maybe she is talking to that person. Meg, are you talking to that person?
She would have to be unlocked, or they would have to be following. And she's not following each other, and she's locked. So
they're so like adamant.
She's not harassing you. You made that up.
No,
100%.
Exactly. Just because she made some of those little posts in her bio, they weren't to you.
Right.
How do you know? Who was it to? I'm just curious. Who was it to?
It was not us either, so it's not our concern. But it's not
you
yours
look
either.
like the biggest fool tonight saying all this stuff.
No, actually, you two are still like here, and you know, there's that.
You really looked like a fool.
Mm-hmm.
In the
no logic and common sense.
There, I said in the on her Twitter. I mean, she's locked, so you can't see her Twitter.
There you go. She didn't know you. Boom.
Exactly. She's
description to send out harassing messages to myself.
Is it harassing if you have to go to look at it though?
And others, which is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh my God.
If you're going to do this, then you need.
She wasn't sending out harassing messages to anybody.
Again, she's so adamant, like she knows like the end game of this other person, and like as if they're chatting, like what do you know, Meg, that you're not telling us?
No,
especially you. Even the messages that she sent to somebody or stuff that she posted, I don't even know if I'd call them messages.
Even the messages that she sent to some, and then she caught herself and then said posted. Interesting. There's something about this one that caught my attention and how she's talking about this person. She has mentioned, and again, I don't know, she has mentioned that there's somebody on the quote unquote other side that is giving her information. I don't know. But the way that she's defending it, it gives that vibe, which is really weird.
But
it wasn't a message, it was her profile picture. I mean, her profile background
whatever
picture.
she was putting in her bio was not threatening. It wasn't harassment or anything.
Right.
So
the little bit I did see when they screenshot it later, it didn't look threatening.
I'm sure you were told to do this, Michelle.
By who? Who's giving Michelle marching orders, Meg? Who?
By some of the people who, are getting you to help attack.
Who would you imagine that would be, Meg? Who would that be? What secret cabal are you talking about? What general is leading this that you suppose?
Because y'all were trying to put the blame of everything on this person too. Now I'm not saying
what blame. Like nobody saw any blame. Nothing happened to us. Like to us, like we don't even know what's going on. And you're saying that there's blame to be given. Like this is not something that was included in the stream. What blame are you talking about?
And we've already talked about how this person has even admitted that she's done some things wrong in the past.
To who and where? Where? Who? What? Where?
But it's not all on her. A lot of the dirty is on other people.
It's not all on her. What is she talking about? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? Yeah, I don't know. She's suggesting like there's shady stuff and that she was like used for shady stuff. And then like there's no proof. We don't know what she's talking about. Like no idea what she's talking about at all. Hey, is this your informant, Meg? I'm just curious. I don't know. Like I have not had a poor, this person that they're talking about, I've had an interaction, but I have no beef with that person. But I'm just curious to know like why you're so adamant in defending them. It is catching my attention. Interesting.
But y'all want to blame it all on her just because she doesn't want anything to do with y'all because she saw through y'all's bullshit.
In fact, y'all ain't got just dirty hands. Y'all got filthy souls.
Right.
What dirt are you imagining that you're imagining happening? Like what dirt are you referring to? I'm just curious. Like y'all are talking about something and I'm just curious what it is. What is this thing that you're talking about but not talking about? That's all we want to know.
You know, I mean, she probably just wanted to walk away from all of it, which I don't blame her.
Yeah. And that's what they do when people walk away, they attack. The other one's locked up, so if she's not arresting anybody, she's locked up.
Right.
Unlock your Twitter or you need to stop. If you have problems with myself or others, you need to discuss it with us. You need to come to us individually.
Why?
And discuss what has you.
Why? Who?
Because Megan, why do you discuss things individually or even like as a group? Why do you do it? Well, Megan, let me tell you why. Megan has lost a lot of friends by talking behind their back. A lot in DMs, trash talking, a lot. And we've seen those DMs being shared. And so I have to say to you, Megan, it is good and healthy to have a conversation with somebody and go, hey, I have a problem. This is a thing. Let's work it out or not work it out. That's good. But Megan, that's not something you've ever shown anybody. Like you don't do that. You've done nothing but backstab Claire, backstab your ex-friend. Like you're nasty about it. And it's different than like getting in a fight and not wanting to engage. That's something that I've been guilty of because someone will be getting mean and I don't want to get mean back because I have certain boundaries and rules that if somebody I consider a lowercase friend is swinging at me a certain way and they're going below the gut, I just don't want to do that. It's against what I feel is right. And so I just won't do it with you. And so that's when I maybe will stop talking, but that's different. That's different than running around and like that's another thing. Like that's one thing, like saying, hey, I don't want to, deal. But running around and just destroying people in DMs, that's what you do. That is something that you do. And it's interesting projection on your part. And it's interesting how offensive it is for somebody to say, hey, come talk to us. And you're like, why? Well, because that's what normal people usually do. Or they withdraw. But like you run around in DMs and trash people.
Why would you have to do that? Why would she have to come to you? Because
she's the Pope, Meg. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry for anybody that's Catholic, but like seriously, like she's acting like she's like Michelle is some authority figure, and it's like no, Michelle just said, "Come talk to me." Like that's a normal thing to say.
Discuss it with you. Is that a rule that's written somewhere? Like who made you the boss of everybody? She doesn't owe you jack shit, Michelle. She doesn't have to say anything to you. She doesn't have to come talk to you about anything. If she wants to post something on her Twitter bio, she has the right to do so. It doesn't matter if you like it or not.
Single, whether we like it or not, it doesn't matter. She's allowed to do that.
I mean, most all of her messages or
Yeah, there's
bios or whatever you want to
secret
call it
code.
has been to Alice, not you dumbass.
Mm-hmm.
How do you
But
know?
yeah, that's everybody. Kumbaya, my lord. Braid to the hair and stuff. Oh, wait.
How do you know it's about Alice?
Right.
You're going to get along either. That's right. I forgot.
And even Alice came in the damn chat to pretty much say that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean,
Stalker.
which is sad when your friend even has to
Right,
come
Max?
tell you that you're wrong.
Meg, friends tell each other that they're wrong often. Like, that's normal in lots of friendships to disagree with how people handle things. I have friends that don't like I have friends that don't like that I do drama lives, you know, and they've expressed that. Like, I just don't like that you do that. And they just don't participate in anything drama. And that's fine. They're allowed to have that opinion, and they engage with me when I talk about philosophy or religion or whatever. But when I'm on this stuff, they'll just split. They don't want to be around. And that's fine. It is fine. Friends have disagreements, and it's okay. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, it's not
So,
possible.
Like, I just disagreed with Michelle, and Michelle and I aren't tight, but we're friendly with each other. I disagree with Michelle. It's not out of hate or malice. I was like, oh, I don't know if I agree with that. That's not like strife. That is not like, oh, well, now I don't respect you or anything like that. You can disagree without it being the end of the world.
upset because your little cryptic messages that you keep leaving.
Cryptic messages.
Blondes are awesome.
Cryptic
Not
message.
cryptic.
Or Dee Dee, I'll call her. I won't call her out by her real name. You need to stop. I don't know.
Look at that and she thought,
Yeah, you heard that? She said, you need to stop. First of
Yeah.
all, you don't tell her what to do. This person can go say whatever she wants on her Twitter, just like you can, just like anybody
First of all, you don't own Michelle, and you're telling Michelle what to do. I'm just saying.
can. So I promise
You're not the boss of me now.
with everything in me that she's not going to listen to anything that you're telling her or do any of the things that you're telling her. But guess what, Michelle? I don't know if you're just that dumb, but all of the things that she said on her bio were not to you.
How do you know?
They were to Alice, you
How are you so sure?
complete dumbass.
Actually, I think they were to Alice, but that's because of the language that was used.
so why are you stalking her, Mikhail?
Somebody's watching me. I don't know. We all watch each other. Wolf, you watch us. Like, I've had you blocked and you've seen me before. Like, I don't know. We all watch each other. It's this weird zone that we're in. It's not that abnormal.
Uh-huh. Ooh, this hit you with a burn, Michaela. Why are you stalking her? We don't stalk her.
That's
we don't
not
look at her stuff,
stalking.
you know, it gets into it. I'm like, okay,
Things on public platforms is not stalking.
not about us, no problem.
Stalking is, I don't know. When Dina said, I have your floor plans, I think that was her. That was pretty weird. Roadhog, the stalky things. Like there's some real stalking. And then there's people that just sort of lulls and watch you when you're on and stuff like that. And if I have a hate watcher, which I've had, you know, like it's not stalking.
But you had a problem with it being about somebody, not you. How smart are you, Michaela?
Yeah.
Smart, you're the upgrader.
I mean, I
Oh,
just
God.
can't believe that she is this dumb to think that some of that stuff was directed to her. Like, there's just, I know you're dumb, Michelle, but I know you just can't be that dumb.
Her name wasn't there.
You know, ones are awesome if you're watching, because I know you do watch from time to time. I bet this could be resolved with a conversation, like a good conversation, like straightforward. I bet it could be resolved. Like, and if you want a mediator, somebody to sort of sit between, that could probably be arranged. But I bet whatever's going on between you and Michelle, at very least, could be resolved pretty quickly. I bet. I'm willing to bet. Is my guess.
Before I saw on the screenshots that were sent to me, so I didn't see her name anywhere.
What your deal is, but leaving these cryptic messages makes you look like a fool, especially when you're locked.
You know what makes Megan look like a fool? This whole cryptic things that she's saying right now.
Okay, she wasn't leaving cryptic messages once again,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
they weren't to you.
Leave Brittany alone.
They were not to you. And she doesn't look like a fool. She looks like a person who has a locked Twitter, who wants to change her bio and say what she wants to say. I've seen all of you do stuff like that and say things on your bios before and send messages to people. So don't act like you haven't done that before. She has the right to say whatever she wants on her Twitter whenever she wants, and she can stay locked, just like you could stay locked when you want
She can
to.
cuss you out if she wants to, and that's not our problem.
You're over here demanding blondes are awesome to unlock, as if you are the damn Twitter.
Are they watching us? Hey, Wolfie Wolf, what's up? Hey, man, I just wanted to say, a little less psycho, turn it down a notch, just a little bit, a little less death threats, a little less wild accusations. It'll take you far, just a little bit, and I don't know, man, maybe you need stronger weed. I don't know, maybe, I don't know what's in your area, but it doesn't seem like it calms you down enough, not nearly enough. I don't know what's up with you. Like when I'm stoned, I turn into a big old hippie. Like I'm like, make love, not war. Like I just turn into that, and you're just like, you still have this weird, wild fight in you. That's kind of wild. But yeah, I get a major chill. I'm just like, yeah, maybe it has an opposite effect on him. Just like weed can cause schizophrenia and paranoia with people. It's not for everybody. Not all drugs work the same, and some drugs interact with other drugs. PSA.
Police.
Yeah.
I promise you, she's going to laugh at what you had to say tonight.
You said, I promise you, she's going to laugh at what you say tonight. You promise? Like, do you chat with this person? There's a lot of certainty about that. Why are you making promises?
Because you look like an idiot demanding all of this stuff.
I'm laughing at what she said tonight because she sounded real stupid when I saw. You don't tell me, demand something from me. Please. How you demand something from me when you're a piece of shit? You're a liar. And you're not even speaking to me from the heart. You're speaking to me from your position of lying.
You're not speaking from the heart. You're speaking from the position of lying. That's so speaking from the heart, usually sincere, I guess is what he means. You're insincere and you're lying, but being wrong isn't lying, and I don't think you're lying. You could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know the situation fully. I know a little tiny bit, but like little nuggets, but what I would say is he projects that everybody's a liar at all times, and that's really interesting. It's always constant. Like he's just like, I have integrity, which is just a self-proclamation. Which, where have we seen that before? We've seen Steve do that. The most ethical guy in the world. I have ethics. What did he say? Astronomical ethics is what he said. People that are not liars don't have to proclaim constantly that they have integrity. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. And you do that a lot. Like Steve.
And
nobody attacked anybody. You're allowed to clap back, clown.
And you know what else? Maybe the messages might have looked cryptic to you because they weren't to you, but the person who they were to understood what they were. But that's none of your business. But here you are making it about you, looking like a fool.
Katie Joy, like.
I'm more than willing to have a discussion with you to find out what your problems are.
Oh, I'm sure she can't wait to talk to you.
Want to do it on my YouTube channel? We can do that too.
I would guess, and again, I don't know blondes are awesome very well, but if she was going to have a conversation, I doubt she'd want to go on the YouTube channel. She's not a creator.
I have a problem.
So and this again isn't a criticism, but I've seen creators do this before where they'll go click the link, click the link, or come talk to me and stuff like that. But if you're a non-creator and a creator saying, come up and talk to me publicly, well, like again, there is a position of power that is lopsided. And so I wouldn't blame any commenter for not coming up when called out, because the audience firepower is different, I guess I would say, and your ability to, I don't know, defend yourself and not be content is more limited as a commenter. So while you're being transparent, you might feel like you're being transparent and sincere. That person might feel threatened by that sort of thing, and it's just a weird feedback.
I have trouble
On your
understanding.
YouTube channel? Did you hear that? Yeah, I'm sure
Oh, she's been on your
gonna
channel
run
before?
to your YouTube
Okay.
channel to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, then
'Cause
she's a
To me,
panelist.
it looks
Okay.
like she wanted to get away from all of y'all's
That feels like me.
dumbasses.
I don't know her, but that's what it looked like to me too.
Yeah, I'm
You
the
know,
most honest person
Michelle,
ever.
if you had a problem with her, you
Love
would have talked to her way before now. But
Mhm.
again, this was not to you or about you. You really
Mhm.
are making an ass out of yourself. I promise you, if
Astronomically.
she wanted to send you a message, she would do so.
You promise her? You're really certain? How certain are you? And why are you certain, Megan?
And you would
Right.
know. You would know it.
Exactly. Yeah, text message I don't get either. Why open her account for? For these clowns to mess with her? I don't blame her one bit.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, these trolls always want to yell at people to unlock. Now, earlier in the chat, let me stop sharing for just a second because I
Okay.
want to show y'all something. Before the live started, let me see where I put it. It's going to be somewhere over here. Trixie went in.
So she thinks she's got a gotcha. Some people in live chat at different points on different things disagree with Michelle. At one point, I disagreed a little bit. At one point, Trixie did. At one point, I think Alice did. And she's going to make, oh my gosh, trouble in paradise. Oh my gosh. Well, for one, some of us aren't really buddy-buddy. Alice and I are not friends. But two, again, disagreeing with people is different. You know what Michelle didn't do? She didn't get really mad and go, well, I don't like what you say. I'm going to hide your comment. Or now I'm mad, kind of thing. Like she didn't do any of that. And that's something that is a good trait to have, to not flip out. If somebody says, you know what, I disagree. And I have to give Michelle that props that she didn't hide the person or delete the comment or whatever. And that's good. So it's not as bad as you were making it out to be, Megan. People are disagreeing and they're allowed to disagree. Oh my goodness.
To the chat and left a little message for her. I think it's gonna
Yes,
be,
it
let me
did.
see where I am. No. I think it's further down. I thought I labeled the damn thing, but I guess I didn't. A little further down. This might be it around in here. No, that was from, well, hell. But basically she went in, I might have put it on the other side. She basically went in the chat and told Michelle, if you're going to tell people to unlock, you might want to unlock yourself. I hate to say it, but she's got a point, because I can't stand Trixie, aka
Right.
Brenda Ovi.
Yeah, but Meg, you never unlock. I'm just pointing that out too. You never do.
But she had a point there. You're over here demanding for Blondes Are Awesome to unlock when you have your Twitter locked. You dumbass.
You ain't her mama. None of us are. Not her dad either. You're grown like us. Okay, I know you forget that a lot.
Thank goodness we're not related to you.
But we are grown here.
Exactly. Let me see if I stuck it over here real
Oh my gosh, our flowers just changed. What's this flower? The flowers have changed.
quick. Let's see.
Like, save yourself in trouble, Michaela. Don't ever demand shit from me. You ain't getting nothing.
Yeah, that's coming up soon. Like I said, this is really short. I mean, before you even, it was only 10 minutes long, but I know it probably seems longer because we're having to pause.
It is
We'll
longer.
come across it when we go through everything. But basically, Trixie went in there telling her, you may want to unlock if you're going to tell people to unlock or demand people to unlock, which she's right. You don't ever hear me telling people to unlock. I stay locked. They do it to me. They tell me to unlock all the time. I will never unlock. My Twitter will always stay locked because I don't want trolls on my page. That's just the way it's going to be. I don't care if they don't like it or not.
Or you don't want pushback and receipts.
So,
people have
share the
receipts,
screen
Megan.
again. But anyway, so she had a point with that. I'm sure those messages got removed because
sure.
I bet she didn't like her saying that. So
No, I didn't see anything deleted actually.
All right, my joint is rolled, and now we're getting ready to spark it up.
there
baby.
you go. Okay, let's.
Now you delete everything in your chat. From what I've seen, people come in and they're people that I don't recognize, and you're like, deleted, troll.
Keep listening. So, so far y'all heard her say that blondes are awesome's messages on her Twitter bio, or to her, which they're not. She's demanding for her to unlock, which is ridiculous. And she's telling her to come have a conversation with her.
But
I'm holding your breath
you?
on that one.
See, I'm pretty sure Bonds of Awesome has been here longer than Michaela has around
yeah. I mean, ridiculous. I doubt you're probably one of the last people she wants to talk to. Okay,
Exactly.
Here we go.
I don't care what you're.
Okay, well, Michelle says that they were removed, but they removed it themselves. She didn't remove it. I know that they were sitting there for a while because I did see them, so it wasn't like it was immediately removed. So maybe they came back and removed it. Maybe they were upset that they were your content. That can happen sometimes, but I'm a big like don't go back and delete unless I don't know. I just
doing or what you've done. I just want to get this over with, and I don't know what's going on with my screen. I don't know what just happened there. I apologize for that. Anyway, you need to unlock, and you need to have adult conversations.
She said you don't care what's going on or whatever, but obviously you do care what she's got going on because you're sitting here saying all of this to her, and again you're demanding for her to unlock her Twitter.
She's what I'm gathering is come and have a conversation with me is what I'm gathering, either live or not live. And that can be fair if you feel like somebody's talking about you, but yeah.
That she has.
I think unlocking your Twitter, though, I can see why somebody might be shy to do that because that could end in a dog pile. You know what I mean?
It's her Twitter.
Right.
You don't tell her what to do, Michelle.
And we know it's not just, if she did unlock, it would not just be a conversation. They just want to attack her with it. So.
Oh my God. If she unlocked, they would go screenshot and attack. Blondes are awesome. They would do live streams about her. Yep. It would be a bloodbath. And
I don't know. I've had conversations with her and it hasn't been a bloodbath.
It would.
I'm like, hey, I don't appreciate that. Or she's like, hey, I don't appreciate that. And it hasn't been a bloodbath.
And did you ever think that? Yeah. Did you ever think that maybe she just wants to be away from all this crap?
Maybe.
Maybe she doesn't want anything to do with this crap right now.
Maybe.
Now. Or at all ever.
But how do you know?
Again.
She's been on the worst side of it all. You got with the clowns, so she knows how bad it can be.
Right. It might not be for you to ever know that, Michelle.
Right.
So again, I mean, you look like an idiot demanding all of this out of her. Are y'all big mad?
Idiot. That's her favorite word. One of her favorite words. Idiot. All right. I don't know why it always hides your comment. Like, it always does this thing where it makes yours like completely blue. And then I have to go look at my phone and go, what in the world did you say? Okay. Meg said, Wolf cannot stand any dissenting opinion on their channel. They only screenshot it from afar so they can yell about it from their safe place. Very brave. Isn't it very brave of them? Very, very brave. Hey, Meg, you want to click the link? You want to click the link and have a conversation, Meg? Oh, if you do, let me know. You won't.
Way? Are you scared of what she knows? Like,
that's what it is.
That's what I think it is.
What do you think she knows?
Because I think y'all are scared.
Yep.
She hasn't done.
They're talking in code again, guys. They're talking in code.
Anything bad to any of y'all. She's not out there trashing anybody.
Nope.
But I think y'all are very scared. Very scared.
We all shouldn't do something.
I'm not scared.
Dirty
like a
right.
12-year-old. That's very childish.
Very childish. You're the one that's being childish right now by coming up here, doing the live, telling somebody.
Let's be real. We're all being childish. I'm being childish watching you guys. This is all childish. Let's just be real. This is not very adult.
To unlock
three
right
background
now.
pictures of dog. For 3 background pictures, you did a whole live about it, Michaela.
Yeah. I mean,
How
you
dumb are you?
barely know this person. You weren't close to her, and you're trying to make something about you that's not even about you.
Some KJ level shit.
I know. Yeah, you're acting like KJ.
So blondes are awesome. I'm speaking directly to you.
Small Fry says, "Hi, Small Fry. The whole group is honestly exhausting. They talk like they're educated, and it's kind of sad. The school systems have failed them." Yeah, perhaps.
Oh, God.
Unlock. Come to myself and others if need be.
And other clowns involved in the schemes.
Let me know what's going on and what's got you so upset with me.
Okay, first of all, she doesn't have to do that.
Yeah,
She doesn't
man.
have to come and let you know anything because, again, it's not about you. And let's just say if she was upset with you for any reason, she still doesn't owe you any kind of explanation at all.
Exactly.
Now, look,
You
down
nickel.
here, this is when Alice comes in. I know y'all might not be able
Okay.
to see it, but I will show you the
Make it bigger.
screenshot where it's bigger in just a little while. But here comes.
Yeah, I know that sometimes she'll share something like that. I would say if I had a falling out with somebody and they shared, or if I wasn't close with them and they shared the phone number, I'm not going to dial it. And like there's somebody in the community that I had a bit of a falling out with, and no hard feelings, but you know, like I have her phone number, she has mine. I'm not going to go call her and be like, we need to talk. I just feel like it's inappropriate. Like it's, yeah, you know, it's one of those things that I think that's inappropriate. So like if you know, there's a conversation later on the internet, that's fine, but I'm not going to chase somebody down in their home line. Like this doesn't make sense to me. And there was a specific reason why at the time, but, and I'm not being like shady, like making a threat or anything. I'm saying like if I have a falling out with them, probably calling them might be like not the best thing. So like if they're not talking to you on social media, then I'd probably not talk to them on a phone because I don't think it'd make it better. I think it'd make it worse.
Alice, she says, leave me out of it, Michelle. She only mentioned you when she spoke to her. When you spoke to her. So basically she's saying, blondes are awesome.
You weren't harassed.
Your name when you spoke to her, like I guess on Twitter one time. And that's it. The rest of the time it wasn't to you. It was to Alice.
Ooh, that H word, harassment. I don't think Michaela's harassing. I'd say that like a channel response to somebody that doesn't have a channel seems overpowered, but I wouldn't call it harassing. Like this is a one and done short one. It's not incredibly harsh.
This is your friend even telling you this. Your friend, yeah, is telling you to stop. You look like an idiot.
Purebred idiot. 100%. They hate me. I don't care, man.
Hey.
I'm gonna laugh at them now.
And just the fact that you're demanding over and over again.
She really gets upset when somebody says what you ought to do. So like a lot of times I think you ought to do something, but it doesn't mean I'm going to make you do something. Like that's two different things. I have a lot of opinions of what you ought to do. There's a lot of oughts, you know, and but that is an opinion, but like, yeah. Yeah, don't use initials, please. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, they've been talking for a long time. This was a 10-minute stream, and the thing is she's repeating things quite a bit, which is you can't control, and I know, and I promise. Like those are like the couple things that are standing out for me.
For blondes are awesome to come talk to you is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
Ridiculous.
You would record the conversation. You would go put it out for everybody to see. You know, it's all a damn setup. I'm glad she's smart enough to know better than to ever come speak to you.
Is that what you would do? Would you record the conversation?
Because I'm sure she
record her shit.
In fact, because all y'all do is set people up, and that's all it would be is one big setup.
They don't let people make their own mistakes, right?
Exactly.
Everybody has to be bad because they say that person's bad, not because the person did anything. That's what they say. So it don't work like that.
At least she stopped and walked away and isn't harassing people
anybody.
like y'all do.
Anyone at all right now. Yeah, anyone, to my knowledge. You're not harassing us. He's blocked.
No, she hasn't bothered anybody.
I don't care what's going. I don't care what's going on, for you and others. That's between you and them.
What? And they don't care.
Between you and
She said she doesn't care, but yet
Ah.
she's like, come talk to me and tell me everything that's going on, but I don't care.
I think maybe what I'm getting out of it is she doesn't want to be included in that strife, whatever that is. And I think there's like something going on between her and Pork, if I remember right. So like, because I saw what Pork Chop was typing. So, I mean, that's true. Like what's going on between two people doesn't have to necessarily include other people. It's one of those things where we all have different people that we are able to talk to and ones that we don't want to.
Way to contradict yourself, Miss Shelley.
Yeah,
Dumbass.
Stupid. That's that
Yeah.
mental IQ that she ain't got.
So anyway, I hate
IQ, by the way, is inefficient in measuring intelligence, actually, because there's like different kinds of intelligence, like musical intelligence, interpersonal intelligence, mathematical intelligence, logical intelligence. There's different kinds of intelligences, but people don't seem to acknowledge that. It's the intelligence of language. Some people are wordsmiths and they're amazing at it, but sometimes a wordsmith might not be very good at math, for instance. So I don't know. I'm just pointing out IQ tests are bullshit. And actually, Wolf might not know, but IQ tests have some racism in it. And that's a whole thing. The bell curve and meritocracy and the person that created the IQ tests were race realists. And they were saying like different races have different intelligences and stuff like that. And that's where it started from, actually. And yeah, we've changed it a little bit, and IQ shows like the ability to learn and the ability to have logic, but IQ tests are largely failing on capturing the human intellect because there are different kinds of, dare I say, intelligences. So
when the fact that she did walk away and they're still they're trying to bait her basically to come out, to come back so they can set her up. Because they want to keep putting the blame on her for everything. You know what I mean?
None of them take accountability for shit.
Right. Right. Because they'll never take accountability. They want to put it all on Blondes Are Awesome. And that's what they're trying to do, is bait her into coming back out. Which
This is where one of their own people.
she's not dumb. She's not gonna fall for it.
This is what they did to one of their own people.
So
this
is what they do to each other.
And shit. They did this to Rev. They did this to everybody they kicked out the group.
Yeah. And y'all call each other friends. Friends don't treat each other like this. Do you?
Rev leaves groups and burns bridges constantly. I mean, let's talk about Rev for a minute. He loves it when I do this. Rev says he's not about drama. He's above drama, blah, 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 but he runs through it all the time. And Rev is an excellent artist. As an artist, he's excellent. He's fun too to talk about movies. Those two things I would sing him praises on. But he's not completely honest with himself when he says he doesn't like drama, and he doesn't do it because he does. And he runs from group to group to group to group to group. And so like he was with Steve, then he defected to Unirock, Chesh. And then from Chesh to Unirock. And then he got mad at Unirock and crew. And then he bounced to EKC and Steve again. And like he bounces all over the place and then says, "That's it. I'm upset. I'm leaving the drama. I'm burning the bridges behind me. And I'm going to let the light of the burning bridge light my way forward," or whatever. I think Navy taught him that goofy thing. And then sure enough, he rebuilds a bridge somewhere else. And so like it recycles back, and it's kind of funny. But he's a talented artist. He's a very talented artist. And I don't have like malice in my heart. I just think it's like ridiculous. Like, just be honest. Just say you sometimes like the drama. Just say it.
You think that Wolf and me and Tammy Sue and Veda and Aaron and the people in the chat treat each other like this? Hell no. We would never do stuff like this to each other. But y'all
we're
do.
a family and y'all are sheep. Yeah,
Super
we're the same.
secret.
We're family, you're sheep.
Yeah. Because when you were friends with us, we were so loyal to you. We had your back. We treated you like family. You were the one that chose to flip on us. It
Your
wasn't
DMs
us.
show how good
It
we
was
were
you.
to you, Michaela.
Yeah.
Your own DMs show we're good.
Oh,
Don't forget
I'll
that.
wipe the floor with your ass on
I think you must treat your family like shit, Meg, if that's the case.
that live not too long ago when I showed
First round
everything.
knockout. First
Yeah.
round fucking knockout.
And I'll do it again if I need to.
You got a punch drunk.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sure did. All right, let's keep going.
But I want to know. All right, that
How did you
should
get
be
I know.
enough on that. The second thing I want to talk about is
Don't do drugs.
creators
Just kidding.
who continue to attack others and continue to attack people who are not online currently.
Okay,
That needs-
Michelle,
How
first of all,
how about my brother and my mom, Michaela? How about them?
yeah,
How about Wolf, how about oh, what's her name that you're obsessed with? Gosh, what is her name? Shen's. What about Shen's? She's offline. She hasn't been messing with anybody. You invoke her name like every other Tuesday.
what about my daughter getting attacked and all of that? Are you going to speak out on all that stuff?
Don't attack Megan's daughter. Don't attack anybody's daughter. Don't attack people's kids. Hell, let's not talk about people's kids even. Just go no zone. No, no, no. You know? And there you go. There. I said it. But one of the things, here's what I'm going to say. When somebody attacks you in a very vicious way or somebody you care about in a very vicious way, there's a couple ways you can handle it. One is you can call it out. And usually if you're calling it out, you have a very controlled space about it. And there's some reason for it. And nobody's in danger. And there's another way you can handle it, which is protecting the person and taking care of it. If you need to make a police report or whatever you need to do. But and blocking and stuff like that. But by blowing it up over and over and over and over and over and over again, you're revisiting it constantly and you're making it bigger. And so that is a consideration. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but that is a consideration, especially when you're dealing with kids. So if it was my kid, and this is just my opinion, I would not be blowing this up. I would just be like, well, that really sucks. Cheshire really sucks. She's terrible. And so is Manya. But I wouldn't be repeating it over and over again. Like, I think that that's highlighting it. And if there is a creeper around, which every community, if you have a community of 50 people or more, there's a chance there's a creeper around. You're highlighting it sort of. And I just think if it were me, I would not be highlighting it.
Because
Right.
according to you, you go along with Wolf's family being attacked, his mom being called a hoe, his
Oh,
brother,
Being
all
called-
kind of
being called a-
accusations were put on him.
You can say
My
what-
daughter, all of that, the stuff that's being said on her, Wolf being called a predator.
Mhm.
My daughter, the stuff saying she's doing sexual stuff with grown
Mhm.
men. Are you going to speak
Yeah.
out on all that too?
Yeah, speak on that
No, you
first
just
before
go
you call
along
that
with
again.
that. You just,
You're
but
just
you
gonna
want
make
your
it
friends to
Meg, I don't want to make your kid content. I don't want to make your kid content. I don't want to boost Cheshire in that way. I think Cheshire, if it was an adult creator, Cheshire was like accusing something, like you can talk about it, but I don't want to talk about your kid. And I think Cheshire's a liar. She's a bad actor. She's a dirty fucking liar. And I've always said that from the beginning. For a long time, for 6 years, I've been saying that. Nothing's changed. But like, I cannot run and call out every single weirdo that I absolutely despise at all times. And so Cheshire, yeah, she's gross. Should she say things? She takes things too far, too extreme. And when Wolf says, when you say that about a black man, it's really bad. Like, I know what he's saying, because what he's saying is like, there's very few things that will stir up like absolute vigilante justice in people. And one of them is the P word, or suggesting someone's the P word. And if you're black and the P word, people sometimes that are racist are looking for an excuse. So he has a point about that. Also, same thing with gays. If you throw the P word at a gay person, people are more likely to jump on that person right away and be like, yeah, that's right, they're perverts. And so, like, again, higher risk and stuff like that. So that word, that P word, has serious consequences. I mean, I will cite the movie Green Mile. in the movie Green Mile, which is a retelling of a short story by Stephen King. The guy who's a big giant black guy, I think his name is Big John or whatever, he is full of love, and he's sort of a Christ-like character, kind of in this story. You know how Stephen King has kind of biblical references, like in Desperation and like several of his novels. There's aspects of that, like the disease and sin, sort of, he sucks out of people and then he blows it out like flies, kind of thing. And there's like deep darkness because he's on death row, and there's people that have done horrendous, disgusting things on death row. And even if they're repentant, they're still going to face their penalty. But he was actually innocent. And it's that willingness to be like, oh yeah, it's that guy, you know. But it's one of those things where it's just such a serious accusation, you know.
To not be called out. But let me tell you something. I don't care if they're creators or not. If they say something wrong or they go lie on us, we're going to call it out. I don't give a shit if you don't like
you
it.
You have not to speak about me, I'm going to call your ass out. That's my goddamn right as a human being.
Right. I mean, you coming on here demanding people to stop is going to do nothing. You wasted your time and your breath because nobody is going to listen to you.
You are really mad that she has said something kind of authoritative, sorry. And that upsets you. You're really actually mad. You don't sound like you're laughing. You sound mad. You actually sound mad. Tell Siri to stop yelling at you. Oh my gosh, Siri does something that drives me nuts. Because I tend to pause while I'm thinking, you know, and like I'll be like, Siri, and then I'll pause for a second, and then I'll try to say the thing that I'm saying, and I'll go, Siri, and it goes, uh-huh. And I get infuriated at Siri. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're gonna come talk to me with that attitude, Siri?
In fact, I feel harassed. I feel like I was harassed by Michaela today for no reason.
They use harass too, and words have meaning, and what they describe as harassment isn't.
Yeah. I mean, you look like an idiot sitting up here demanding. I mean, I when I first heard that, I laughed so hard I went and told Wolf. I said, "You have got to hear this."
Yeah, I'm like, okay, we gotta be loud soon. I'm here in a minute.
Right.
My Twitter is locked.
Yeah, we don't want them speaking up for our kids. Don't speak up for anybody. We don't want you talking about our kids.
For a very specific reason, because you continually use my tweets, if I'm unlocked, to share on your screen of your lives, which is so boring.
Okay, Michelle, it's so boring. But guess what? Guess what, bitch? When you were on my co-host, do you know what you used to do? You used to go gather all of Alice's tweets and other trolls. You were the one that used to go get them all for Wolf and I to share. You,
now it's Wolf.
not us. You.
You're white.
Now
You were
Wolf's
the
doing
one that
that.
gathered all the tweets. And when we didn't want to go live, or I didn't want to go live, you would say,
I don't know why this is so shocking. People screenshot. Oh my God.
oh, I went and got this tweet and this tweet and this tweet. We could go live and show them. It was you that gathered all the tweets. Does Alice know that?
Is that upsetting? Screenshotting public tweets? Is that a problem?
Does she know that it was you that used to do all that? Because I showed that proof the night I wiped the floor with your.
Everybody screenshots Alice and then she deletes it. Like, Alice can be upset if she wants, but she says an awful lot, so people will screenshot it. That's what they do.
Ass.
Yep.
I showed all of that.
100%. And I've shown it too before on screen. I think I showed some of the other night. As a matter of fact, I think I did. You know.
And when you used to say, "Let's go poke Alice," let me go poke her so she'll tweet about us, and then I can have tweets to show on the live.
I mean, we all poke each other.
They shouldn't have did that.
Yeah. So don't sit up there and act like it's boring. I don't care. If you say something on your Twitter that somebody sends me that I feel like it needs to be addressed, I'm going to show it on my live, or Wolf might show it on his. It doesn't matter if you like it or not. It's too bad.
Too bad.
So I would definitely file that under get the fuck over it.
Exactly. I'm a grown ass man. I pay my own shit. You know, I don't use shit, Michaela, at all.
Wolf does it now.
I don't know you privilege.
Wolf does
my
it.
ass. My black ass.
Exactly.
Okay,
right.
Let's see. Stina says, guess what? People change their minds. Get different friends and move on. Beggin. That's right. That's such a good name. Beggin.
Know how I feel about you, and I'm talking about Mr. Black Wolf and Taboo Topics.
Yeah, I'm glad you put a Mr. in front of it.
Oh no! I think we're supposed to cry now.
Dude.
Now you
No,
see,
I'm good.
look, I know I'll show the screenshot because I know y'all probably can't see it, but over here in the chat, she tells, I think it was Bliss or somebody, oh, but it's unlocked now. That her Twitter was unlocked, and I went to it and it was still locked. I don't know if she thinks she's unlocked or she doesn't know how to unlock it or what, but it was still locked at the time, so she lied.
She lied, or maybe it's that she made a mistake and she's multitasking. I have to say, when I'm streaming, I'm looking at live chat. Some people DM me. I miss DM sometimes. The last thing I'm going to do is go run over and fiddle with my Twitter. It's something I'll get to later. Whatever. Like, I don't, mild problem like that could be easily remedied. Don't care.
Or she's just dumb. It's Michelle Mills. It's just me at Michelle Mills or something like that.
All right.
Yeah. And no, that's not doxing you. That's just reading your Twitter. So don't come at me with that shit. That's on your Twitter. Yeah, she might go unlocked now that we're saying this, but as of this live, she was still locked. But right here, she said, "Oh, but it's unlocked now." So
I'm gonna look right now.
Yeah, Wolf's gonna check, and then I'll continue to play.
It's still locked. She's still locked right now. Screen tap right now.
Oh my God, screenshot the lock symbol. We have proof and evidence.
Yeah, so you're still locked. So why did you lie, Michelle? Why did you tell everybody in your chat that you were unlocked?
The liar, the queen of liars, is calling out supposed liars.
I don't think they care either way, but they're basically telling you, I mean, you're sitting here demanding for Blondes Are Awesome to unlock her Twitter, but then yours is locked. You idiot.
Right there, screenshot. I'm gonna make it big enough where I got to include the date in it about around the corner, Windows date.
Yeah, she did. So she did apologize, which Michelle's apology pissed Megan off like something fierce. But yeah, like Michelle was straightforward, like, hey, I did all this stuff. Like, none of this is new to us, but she thinks that suddenly we're going to be like, oh my God, I didn't know that. I'm so mad. And maybe she's aiming to get under Alice's skin. I don't know. That would be my best guess, but I don't know. I think we all knew that. Like, it's nothing that we didn't know. You don't look for people that have you blocked. You don't obsessively try to figure out what they say about you, Stina. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they look very desperate right now. They're really stretching. She's going to stretch this 10-minute conversation into like a very long time.
I'm going to send it to you right now.
All right.
It's super important. And then they'll be like, this is the evidence that she was locked.
I mean,
yeah, let me, I could stop sharing and then for a second, and then you could present if you want.
This is so boring. So unimportant and boring.
Loading up.
Let me fast forward.
Pop up. There it goes.
All right. See? And the date's in the bottom right hand corner. It's loud looking right now. I mean, she's still locked, right?
Oh, let me take this little banner down so in case it is in the way.
That's for my desktop. The date and time is in the bottom right hand corner, so everybody can see what it's right now. So it's still locked.
Yeah, that's right now. And you see up there where it says it's just me under the green question mark, which is her profile picture. The little lock is there, and that means when you see that little lock, your Twitter is locked down. I have it by mine too.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
And then of course we all have each other blocked.
Michaela's locked and Blondes Are Awesome is locked. But how they can't harass each other. They can't see the shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Blondes Are Awesome is not harassing you. She was not making comments to you whatsoever. Alice even came and clarified exactly what was going on. Yeah.
We also locked, so you can't harass it that way. You
right.
I like the one we just locked.
I mean, but we see what you're doing. You're trying to bait the woman.
I can
to come
understand
out,
Megan, but not Wolf when I go this fast.
But y'all are so scared of what she knows and what she might say, and it's not bothering anybody. That y'all are so desperate to try to get her to come back out. If I were you, I wouldn't keep trying.
I would
to
never with her like that. Yeah. Mess with her.
So how about just leave her alone?
Good. Yeah. You or me. That's what we're doing. We're not bothering her. She's not bothering us.
Yeah, we're not bothering. Right.
I'm head with that shit.
All right. Maybe she just saw through y'all's bullshit and wanted to get the hell away. So there's that. Okay.
Yeah, they're telling us how a locked account because we've never seen a locked account before.
I'm doing what you're doing.
We will.
Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't hurt me.
Good. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't bother you, but here you are talking about it, and yet you play
Oh my God, Megan, you are so obsessed. You're so obsessed that you have Wolf taking a screenshot of a locked account like we've never seen a locked account. Oh my God. Oh my God. The evidence. The evidence.
They are live streams all the time. So apparently it does bother you,
She's crying on
dumbass.
the inside. She's crying on the inside. You can't see it. She's crying on the inside.
Yeah.
Keep it up. But your continuous attacks, especially when people are not even online anymore.
Okay, whatever,
I got
dude.
this.
They're not
Let
even
me tell you something,
online. They
Kayla.
have no
Wait, who are we attacking that's not
Who are we
online?
attacking? Not
Because
online. Yeah.
the only ones that we talk about are online.
That's not
If
true.
Yeah.
you bring up,
that's
if you're talking about somebody like Sue, we sometimes
Shen is a great example of somebody that's not online that he repeatedly attacks. He knows that's not Alice and says it's Alice, but he knows as well as I do that that's not Alice. I have spoken to Shen, I have spoken to Alice, and I have spoken to Pork Chop. I know what their voices sound like. They are three distinct people.
we refer to things that happened in a certain situation in the past because it has, it has something to do with what we're talking about. But other than that, we talk about people who are online. I don't give a shit if they're a creator or not. It's like I said, if it's something I need to address, it's going to be addressed.
So I do give a shit. So I might address like a commenter, like in passing, like, hey, blah, blah, blah. But I do care about like addressing a commenter and making like a big video about it, like, or something. Like you just have to be like appropriate, I guess, in response level. That's my opinion. But I've shared that opinion with Michelle, and I'll share it with you too, that I feel like it just kind of depends. I have addressed Alice when we had beef in passing, and maybe even more directly on Michelle's channel. But like I let go of the gas because she's not really a creator. She's a panelist sometimes, and like I view it differently than now I'm going to make a whole video about this, and so like, I don't know, there's appropriate responses and not. And so I just try to be careful with commenters because I can passively say something here and there, but like, I don't want to commit a lot of time going after commenters because I feel like, again, it's bringing a tank to a knife fight. I just think it's a little bit too much, but my 2 cents and whatnot.
I don't care if you don't like it.
Exactly. I'm a grass man, Michaela. You don't pay my bills.
Yeah.
You don't pay my bills?
Like what I say.
Oh yeah.
The first time I used to hear that was Feckle. He used to debate us, and he was a Calvinist. He's like, "You don't pay my bills."
I forgot to put the disclaimer. There's somebody who constantly thinks that Wolf and I are talking about them. We are not. Whoever we talk about, we say the name. So if we don't say your name, we are not talking about you. So quit thinking it's about you.
Right.
Quit saying that we're coding. That it's saying that we use the name Alice for you, because when we talk about Alice, we're talking about the real Alice.
Who is she talking about? Who thinks that they're Alice? Who are they talking about there? I haven't heard that. Somebody that when they talk about Alice, that it's coded and they're talking about them. I don't know who she's referring to. I don't know. Yeah, but Shen's is like not around anymore. Yeah. Yeah, they're totally different people. They don't say everybody's names. Yeah.
The one that right there said the Alice that went into. Yeah, the one that we have had issues with back and forth for years. We don't use the name Alice to code for anybody else, so you can stop saying that too. Tonight has not been anything but about Michelle. We've mentioned Alice and a few other people.
Someone that she's had trouble with for years that says when they talk about Alice, it's coded. I don't know who she's talking about.
But so I just want to put that disclaimer in there because you always want to say I'm going live about you when I don't. So
never happened. Our channels are free of your damn name. We don't want to say your name.
And you try to say that I code and you coded as Alice. No, when I talk about Alice, I'm talking about the real Alice. Okay.
Are you talking about the person you're not allowed to talk about? Are you talking about the person that you're not allowed to talk about?
Hey. Alice, about Karma's name, Pink Popsicle, Nadine, Tinkerbell, Island Woman. Yeah, those are none of you. That's Alice, not you at all. Well, shut up.
If you really want to know, I don't ever want to talk about that certain person ever again.
You are talking about that certain person. This is the person you're not supposed to talk about because of court cases, right? But you're talking about them like you could have skipped that whole part and not talked about them. I'm just saying.
And like, I want to forget that person even exists.
Exactly. Same.
Okay.
No YouTube channel. They have no Twitters. And you continue to attack them.
Who do we talk about that doesn't have Twitter or YouTube is not online? If they come in a chat and say something and we want to address it, that's too bad.
But you want to about my
they
brother
have
and my
very
mom, who's not on platform at all,
voices.
being attacked.
Yeah, and my daughter.
Yeah,
right? My sister, my brother. I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, right about that. Yeah. Yeah. Your mom's obituary about that.
Yeah, exactly. Michelle, I mean, are you okay? Like, who's telling you all this? Where are you getting this from? Are you getting enough oxygen? Like, what's going on?
Are you just dipping in Bliss's kratom stash by accident?
Something's happening.
The guy that consumes weed daily, which is fine. Like I said, like I partake on occasion, but like I don't know if you have any off days on that, and you're gonna dunk on kratom, like, like, which also like again, like no drug is perfect, you know, and it's natural. It's made from the plants, but I mean, it's still a drug. That's what most drugs are. They're made from plants, oftentimes at least. But like. It's weird that you dunk on Bliss so much for kratom when you use weed. Like, it's different. Like, if you dunked on her, like, about how she used it, or, like, they used to make fun of her for gas station kratom, which was kind of funny. That's different. But you specifically dunk on her use of it, which is interesting because if it's arguably less potent than weed, arguably. And so I just think it's really odd that you do that, and like we're not supposed to notice that. Like like pick something else.
I mean, because you know who we talk about, and anybody that we talk about has made a comment,
right?
That is in a chat on YouTube or Twitter.
Weed is stronger. Weed can induce schizophrenia in people, and he's a pretty paranoid guy. I'm just saying, like weed does not always have all positive effects. And it's just use carefully and know that it can have some negative effects occasionally. And you might not have a physical reliance, but you might have an emotional reliance. You know, it's one of those things. But like you dunking on Bliss, when I don't know if you take a day off of weed is something interesting. And again, like I partake, but like today I'm not. Like I have whole weeks, sometimes whole months where I don't. And some of that's because I just don't want to build up a huge tolerance. And some of that is because I want to make sure that I can detach from it. Or if I'm doing something else that I know that can be affected with it, I might drop it or whatever. But either way, the way that you dunk on her, it's as if you're not a chronic user of chronic. Like I'm just saying, like it's just odd.
Or is in the troll stuff. So I think you're making this up to try to make it seem like we're doing something that we're not. Or you got kicked in the head or something.
She said I have rights as a human being. You too. That you're right to cut back. It starts with you first.
It takes a toll on short-term memory recall. And now some people are wondering if it increases your likelihood of getting dementia. That's all things to worry about. If you are using antidepressants, it can intermingle with the antidepressants. And some people are fine, which I've been fine. Some people are not fine and they have like a paranoid or schizophrenic episode. Like it's just not like a one catch-all drug like everything else. Like it just kind of depends on the person and what they're using and all sorts of things. So I don't know. But he seems like he's a daily user. At least every time he's live, he's using. And so I think it's better than drinking, frankly, you know, but it is something that you can feel emotionally reliant on or whatever. And, you know, physically, not so much, not like alcoholism when you quit it and you start to actually have seizures or, you know, shaking and all that. But like, it's, there's an emotional dependency there. But the dunking on a chronic weed user on a chronic kratom user is really strange to me because if anything, kratom's more mild.
Michaela, you're a mother, right, Michaela?
Right. And if you meet Teresa, yeah, she doesn't have a channel. I don't know if she's got Twitter or not.
The moderator got a big mouth.
She has ran her mouth about us so many times, so of course we addressed her.
Yeah.
And if you don't like it, too bad.
Yeah. Cry about it. It's internet. 2025. Cry about it.
I don't
I'm
cry.
not gonna shit you
No,
demand,
but that needs to stop as
Right.
well.
She's not going to.
I hope, gosh, I really try to break that habit of saying, guys. Yes. So
It's hard to break though, because I know I say
that's just two of the things that I wanted to talk about today, and I wanted to get out there, and I didn't want to do a live.
I don't even say I think I say really annoying. I'm from California.
Oh. The other thing that's
Okay.
amusing me at the moment is the attacks on BX, Beast
I was the one
Boy.
that's been talking to kids. Yeah.
Oh, look, y'all. She's going to kiss Bliss.
So BX and Roadhog are going back and forth, which has been interesting. And BX has actually been pretty chill this round. Now, a couple of years ago, he's been on some of the things that he says. I'm like, I don't know if I care for you, buddy. Particularly, I remember he was yelling and screaming about some woman, and he has a nasty song or something, and then they're like, show us, and I'm like, I'm not an archiver for BX. I barely watched him, but when I did watch him, I'm like, I don't care for that. So yeah, he's pretty rude, or in the past, but he seems chiller now. So I'm all for turning a new leaf or whatever. But I don't feel the need to run him back BX. I will just watch it from afar. Good luck. Good luck, guy.
Chris's ass right now by calling out that people are being mean to BX Beast Boy. Spackle comes in the chat and even says BX is nasty to women. That cracked me up so hard because she's right. Which I hate to agree that Spackle said something that that she's right.
So's Wolf. Wolf is nasty to women. He thinks he's protecting women, but he isn't. Wolf's quite nasty to women. Wolf sexualizes Alex. I'm going to say it again. Wolf sexualizes Alice. It's fucking weird. And Wolf misgenders me and says all sorts of weird things. Like he's telling his audience that I have a peen and now I'm a woman when I was born a woman. And it's fine. Like I don't feel like transgender folks are an insult. So I'm not going to like make a big deal about it because I don't have body dysmorphia. So like it's not really affecting me any. But it does bother me in the sense that there could be an audience member that does, and they could be affected by that, Wolf. So I don't know if you want to just call me fat instead or something, but it doesn't affect me that you're calling me a man, but it is kind of weird because you say you don't fight women and that you're not violent. Prove that I'm not violent. That's what you said on your stream. And then you went on to say that, but you would fight me because I am a man, which is pretty weird. So you act like you're like a defender of women. And you even said that I only attack women, which is not true. I've gone after Von Helton. I've gone after G-Man. I've gone after Steve McRae, heaven forbid, like a ton. Reg Rhetoric. And Reg Rhetoric is not an easy person to argue with. He's dirty. He had 15K subscribers and he plays dirty. He has dirty trolls. And so, yeah, I've gone against David Earl Warden, a convicted rapist. like I have gone against people that are pretty bad people and that are men. So this nonsense that I pick on women is stupid. It's really, really stupid, especially since I was in a male-dominated. I've been in male-dominated until recently, probably the last 5 years here in these circles. I've been in male-dominated circles. I'm talking about the gaming, the Lols cow watching, the debate groups. Those are very male-dominated, all of them. And so this notion that I just pick on women is really stupid and very untrue. And Wolf doesn't really seem to understand where I come from at all because he says I came from Unirock, but I've been since like 2013 around, and I've been in debate groups and stuff like that, and religious discussion and philosophy before Steve was around. And then I got into lulz cow watching as well, which is, watching weirdos, kind of like what we're doing right now, like Shani for Christ. She was sort of my muse for a while. But this notion that I came from Unirock, I came from Unirock in the sense that...
Right. But she's right on that.
In the sense that I, how do I say it? Unirock came after me to attack me and my friends. Not specifically just me, but a lot of us. And the reason why he did is because Steve weaponized him. So that was my introduction to Unirock. And I was making fun of him quite a bit in 2018, 2019, quite a bit. And then he was doing something rare that most creators don't do, and he apologized, which is interesting. And then I got coaxed in by mutual friends who said, hey, he's really sorry. And then also kind of working on the Leslie fake email incident and then the fraud raisers, things like that. And so I ended up in there. And then one day I got modded. I don't know how that happened. But I didn't come from Unirock. And I liked the community. I don't attach to creators as much. There's some people that attach to creators and like, I love your creator. And they just like, I'm the top mod. It's not me. That's not me. I like community. I'm more community oriented than single, more creator oriented. And frankly, I knew that Unirock was a dummy. It's just, I thought he was sometimes a well-meaning dummy, a little bit like a well-meaning Jenny Jones dummy. And I changed my mind. But that's sometimes for me sometimes I have the problem of trying to look at the most charitable version of somebody. And a lot of times it does bite me in the ass. It's a mistake I make sometimes. But I enjoyed the community. There are a lot of people who are fun and interesting and connecting and active community. There's a lot of inactive community, and having an active community is really fun. So that's something as well. But Wolf is mistaken when I come from Unirock. It's just that he first noticed me from Unirock. Otherwise, he was in the terrible anti-K hole that he was in.
And a bunch of them jumped all over Spackle for saying that.
They jumped on me, so to speak, and that's whatever. I don't care.
That's hilarious.
Michelle, you don't watch BX. You're so full of shit.
3 weeks.
You are sucking up to Bliss Chris, and because you want to be part of that group so bad you can't stand it.
I hope you got
God,
it in.
you're
Hang around.
pathetic.
Steve McRae is a dumbass motherfucker.
Absolutely
God.
pathetic.
Total sellout of her soul and
Garfield speaks. I can't speak for Garfield or BA,
thank God.
but I can speak for myself. I think that Garfield's BX is a creator that I enjoy. I mean, I enjoy.
Sure you do.
Him.
I bet you didn't even know who he was before, Bliss brought him into all of this.
Yep.
I bet you never watched him one time, Michelle. You were
If
so
I asked her
full
what the
of shit.
nasty song was, she wouldn't be able to tell me.
Right. You're so full of shit. The reason why you like him right now is because he came after Roadhog and Wolf.
He delete.
That's why. And because Bliss.
So it's, Beast Boy deleted. Okay. He deleted things that were gross. So what is he like now? And he seems better than Roadhog now. And he seems like he didn't do the things that Roadhog did, like threatening to come to someone's house, doxing people. He recently was threatening going after, what did he say? Who was it he was threatening? He was saying that he would ruin their life. It was really ridiculous and over the top. I haven't seen him do that. He said mean words, ugly words, things that I would call degrading. But that's different than actually going real life, which is something Roadhog does. They're not even comparable in that way.
Literally thinks he is like Jesus and walks on water.
Insane.
Yeah.
She really does seem to like him a whole lot. But whatever, to each their own.
I told that motherfucker the other day.
Seeing him attacked.
There's no.
So,
Oh, boo-hoo.
Yeah.
y'all
do
need
the
to
work.
stop with that too.
That's all he's done in Garfield.
We need to
Okay.
stop with that too.
Yeah. So I guess she never told her kids to defend themselves.
He's been pretty
we're doing
chill
it
this
said you need to
time.
stop attacking BX. Roadhog said that means you just can't ever call him out again because
Spackle's back. Yeah, I am back. 2 hours of Weirdos. I don't know. I had some time. I do these really long streams where I watch these weird people, and then I'll go, okay, I need a break, and then like 3 weeks later, I'm gone for a while. So I do long streams, but I also do them in like bursts. And at least my long streams aren't as bad as Uni's. Like I'm not then like attaching like gaming in the middle of it or at the end of it. There's that. So there's that. But yeah.
As Michelle said so. Y'all have to make sure he hears that because I know he'll laugh at this shit.
Considering that she's full of shit and she knows that we're clapping back because we've been attacked first, then she knows how stupid she is, right?
Whenever he says clapping back, I think of like twerking, and I don't know why, but that's what I think of. Is Uni around? Kind of. He showed up and said he found Jesus, and then said he was going to like prove or something that he existed, which he tried to like make a logical argument, but it's Uni and he doesn't have logic, and he's unusually bad at apologetics and really unusually bad about the Bible just in general, and probably needs to go and study somewhere, take some classes maybe. I don't know. But his logic is very strange. Like he can't seem to explain how you're saved. He doesn't understand the different versions of atonement or redemption theory or anything like that. He doesn't understand these ideas or original sin, these pretty basic Christian pillars. And I don't know. He joined a church and they put him in. I always tell people, if you join a church and they do not show you their budget and how they're spending their money very clearly, or and print that out for you guys as a congregation, that's a red flag. If you join a church and immediately they jump on you and they want you to get into discipleship right away, that's a red flag. If you join a church and immediately they say, here's the book of Acts, here's the book of Daniel, and here's the book of Revelation, and you say, hey, I'm a baby, and they maybe know you're a baby Christian, but they give you those books first, which 2 of them are apocalyptic and great imagery and can be turned into whatever. And then the other one is about community and giving and being part of community, and like it's really good for them to sort of get you trained to immediately assimilate into them. Those 3 books, like if they jump on those books first before the Gospels, I always think that's a red flag. And I'm just saying that as somebody that's like worked with like a lot of churches and had a lot of experiences and have been recruited from cults. I've had some cults try to recruit me. Christian cults do exist.
I know.
Yeah. Stella, you telling us to stop is the biggest joke I've ever seen in this year so far, because we are not going to listen to anything.
Whenever he bring the whiteboard out, we'd be like, oh God, not the whiteboard, not the whiteboard. Like none of the mods except for his sycophant mods liked the whiteboard because it never made sense. He's like, logically, and he draws some like little stick figure, and then he has like a line going through it, another line, and we're like, what are you talking about? Like this visual is not helping, like not following you. But he's like, let's just use logic, and it's like this weird crazy squirrel backbending bizarre maze of thoughts, and you can't like string them together, and you're just like, okay, well, I'm going to pretend like you didn't say all that
you tell us to do. I don't think most people would. I mean, you telling us to stop is hilarious.
Exactly. You ain't my mama, you ain't my daddy, you don't watch my girls, you don't pay my bills.
Stardust, good to see you.
Okay?
Yeah.
You better take care of yourself, okay? I don't care what you do.
And look, here comes Splecky. Bravo to you
Oh,
for
Splecky.
actually using names versus pronouns and for only speaking for yourself. Oh, shut up, you fence riding, flip flopping twit.
Oh my God, yeah, she up.
Oh, Becky. Becky's sort of I don't see Becky as a flip flopper. I see Becky as kind of a free agent. Becky seems to think people are flawed and have good and bad traits, is what I'm getting from Becky. And Becky and I bump heads on some of our ideology and stuff like that. And that's fine. But like her attitude around the community is not flip-flopping from what I'm looking at. It looks like I'm an independent operator and I see things as good and bad or something. Like it seems like that's more in line with how she thinks. I could be wrong. Again, you know, we all don't really know each other a whole lot, but that's like my observation, because I've noticed that too. Like, why is she talking to that person? And I watch what she says and I'm like, oh, I see. Like, she has criticism for almost everybody and she says good things on every side as well. And so I see both. And one thing I don't see her do is gush, 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 gush over people. And so I don't think I'd consider her a flip-flopper. I consider her more of an independent agent, so to speak.
Man,
Really?
good God.
Black Wolf. Mr.
You
Black
learned that
Wolf.
definition of attack. Yeah, get that Mr. right,
And,
motherfucker. Thank you.
all right.
Oh, you
I mean,
see?
Yes.
She's talking to
Yes, he had a loaf
Roadhog
of bread.
and Wolf. So
Yeah.
somebody please make sure you get this to Roadhog so
Good
he
to
can.
see you, Lizzie.
Wolf probably can do it because I
We
know
ain't gonna
he's
listen to you
talking
for one thing.
Yeah,
can
but I
barely
just want to
understand
hear him drag your ass when he hears this part of what you had to
She's gonna
say
get
to
drugged.
him.
Real bad.
It's gonna
Real
be
bad.
funny. It is gonna be funny. I have a feeling it's not gonna. Oh yeah, you might not think
Listen,
it's funny.
it makes her
Michelle,
look
but
even more dumb.
I'm gonna laugh.
Because she knows her friends are the one doing the attacking, not us. She looks really dumb right now.
You know, not everything's a Red Rover game. Like Meg, you do have detractors. Like, I'm a detractor and Cheshire's a detractor, but we're not on the same team. Cheshire and I are not on the same team. In fact, I dislike her more than you, if you want to know. You guys pretend like there's a bunch of people and they're from different communities and that they have linked arms and they're like, red over, send Megan right over. And it's not how it works. It's not that binary. And like the idea of like, oh, well, Becky's just a flip flopper, red rover. Is she? Is she a flip flopper? Or is she just not playing the Red Rover game like a lot of people are? I defend key people, people that I care about or people that I see that are bullied and being messed with. But tribalism and Red Rover games, are the human condition, but you don't have to do that. I can watch BX go back and forth and with Roadhog, and I can be more on BX's side, so to speak, but I don't have to join his team because we're not we don't interact, right? Just like I don't interact with Cheshire, if that makes sense. So I don't know. I feel like she pictures this like a dodgeball game or something, and there's teams. It's not like that.
No integrity, no confidence, no credibility. Hey, beautiful Tammy Sue.
I would say that when I was in Unirock's group, Unifam was quite a team. I would say that. That would be fair. But you wouldn't say Unirock and Dragoons were a team. They were very different, and I was in both, by the way. But Dragoons actually largely a lot of them made fun of Unirock, and so I don't know. It's just lazy to be like, oh, everybody's a flip flopper and they're on the same team. It's lazy, and that laziness that you're doing, Megan, is also what Cheshire does. Cheshire does the same thing.
You have no credibility.
Damn it, she scared me. Right, I know. She's so scary, right?
Drag
yeah, I'm
very
not
much
worried
just
about it.
like
I'll run her.
Uni.
I'm gonna late.
Good night, Richard.
Good night, Richard. Yeah, Michaela, you ain't coming to whoop no ass, so stop it. Stop it. You stop it.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine?
We just know Titan is Mod Supreme.
Telling Wolf and Roadhog to stop it, as if they're gonna. Okay, they're both gonna say, "Oh, Michelle told us to stop, y'all. We can't talk anymore on this."
We're gonna die laughing for that shit. Okay?
Yeah, I mean, what a joke, y'all.
Mm-hmm. It'd be different if you have to take from a perspective of being right, or you're being wrong on purpose.
Right.
It makes it even worse.
I mean, it was a joke with her telling Bonds are awesome to stop. I mean,
the loaf of bread thing was supposed to be crack or something. It was supposed to be like I don't know the term because I don't know much about that drug. And then people were getting upset because, I don't know, they're like, some people's brothers are addicted and it's addict shaming or whatever. And I don't really know. I'm not that sensitive about that sort of thing, like a cartoon, like that. But it was something to do with that. And I can't remember why, because I don't really know how that all works because that's not a drug I've partaken in, but whatever.
Right. She knows we're defending ourselves. So I guess this is what she taught her. Michaela, you get kids, right, Michaela? You tell them if somebody came at them not to defend themselves? My mom taught me to defend myself. Now we check out your life.
Exactly. Yeah, she goes and defends herself. I mean, but I heard a couple of your friends don't like you doing the drama on your channel and have told you that they're not going to come back unless you stop.
Yeah, Unirock. Well, it's more than that, Leno. Unirock apologized to almost all of us except for drag. Unirock didn't ever apologize to drag, and that was very noted. And we all saw that, and that was a very noted thing. And that was really interesting because drag wasn't as harsh towards him as like I was. I was really harsh. So I don't know why he never apologized to drag. That's interesting. He did make nice with Nate because Nate helped him with the fraud raiser and other things, but not drag for whatever reason. Interesting. Don't know why. I think I did ask him and he avoided it because that's what he does. He avoids things. Yeah, maybe it was that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
How's that going?
Oh.
That was all done like before I joined, so I don't know the lore absolutely. I kept asking for explanations, and I kind of have pieces of it.
Wow, y'all are going to a lot of trouble digging and bringing.
I have a meme where Busy's unalived, and he's got little holes in him and jelly coming out of him, and he's being electrocuted, shocked back to life. I have that. I made that because somebody unalive Busy. I think it was Bobby the Cat. Bobby the Cat made a video where Busy was like shot into the sun or something. And so I was like, oh no, Busy, or actually literally shot. I can't remember. Or it was Mocking Media, maybe. I don't know. Somebody did. I think it was Bobby. I'm pretty sure it was Bobby. And then I was like, oh no. And so I made a little meme of him being shocked, like in the emergency room. I did that. That's a meme I made.
Up.
It's on YouTube.
Oh my God. If I had to do that much stuff for a freaking 2-hour stream.
Wait a minute. Who's going to work all that? Michaela, I know you missed the point. We're trying to defend kids. That's what was in contact with. They're 13 years old. We're trying to defend kids because I know you don't defend kids, and you don't have it in you to defend like we do. Right? You're not just some.
We already have people in my chat saying they do not want to advocate and defend for their kids. They can defend their kids themselves, and they can decide what they want to handle and not handle. But you blowing up things and shining a light on things and going, dig here, point here, da 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 da. People don't want that all the time, Wolf. I'm just saying.
That we talked about. Some dude that was in contact with several kids, even had kids in the Discord.
Michelle, stuff doesn't really. We're not spending time digging up stuff. Everything was very easy to find when we need things on.
No, he never did
anything
reach out.
That we bring up. So I don't know where you're getting that from.
Yeah, he never did.
You used to sit up here with us for 2 hours calling out trolls, and you used to be the one, like I said, to go dig up the tweets and stuff. So don't act like you're little Miss Goody Goody over there and never did anything like that before.
And nobody was doxxed. Okay, the Glare doxed BX Bitch Boy a couple years ago, posted his mugshot, and then Terry Robbie doxed him last year. Nobody was doxed here. Don't get that word out of vocabulary. You don't know what it means.
Yeah. Now, you see, this is where Spackle came in and said, BX has some horrendous things against women. And she's right. But, of course, Bliss Chris and them didn't like that. We'll get to those.
Yeah, I don't know why. Well, I know where it came from. So he didn't stop talking about kids, really. He didn't start talking about them until Cheshire did. And Cheshire did, and then she just jumped the shark as Cheshire does, and she gets too far and too vivid and too making grave accusations like she did with rape, but like she does with SA, and like she did with in this case the P word. And again, there's a lot of people that are pretty weird, and I wouldn't be, how do I say it? There's a couple people I can think of that I wouldn't be shocked to hear something like that. But I just think that's such a grave, and I'm not talking about Wolf, I'm thinking of somebody particular. That is such a grave accusation to make that unless you have like proof, like it's just not something that you say, I don't know. And then also, like you said, it highlights it, and it's creepy, kind of. Yeah, it's creepy. Like, I think if I talked about Megan's kid, which I'm not, I would think she would find it creepy. And as much as they say, oh, you need to defend my kid, if I defended her kid, I think she'd be creeped out. I think maybe she hasn't thought this part through, or it's this weird trap. I don't know, but the catch-22 or whatever. Let's see. She's mad because I didn't defend her against Chesha and Manya when they spoke on the child. That's what they're saying about everybody. And Chesha and Manya, by the way, they aren't for the faint of heart. They play really dirty. They play very, very dirty. They do not know how bad it can get with those two. As much as they're ranting about it and stuff like that, it could get worse. I'm just saying, like, I've seen it get worse.
Brother, now
Waste
he's
my
allowed to clap
time
back.
doing it because I'm not going to dig like that.
But you
You know,
did.
You can freely find that stuff if you really want to watch it. You're not surprising anybody, I'm sure, with anything you're putting out.
She said it like once or twice, and then they made a huge cow over it, and then they kept saying it because that's what they do. Like, if you say, this bothers me, I'm upset, stop it, they if you squeal, they're gonna keep doing it, and that's what they do.
Out there.
We're not trying to surprise anybody.
Yeah,
So
nobody's
maybe,
trying to be
y'all need to
surprised.
stop that as well. I don't
Well, that's
know.
what. We're not
How
stopping
about
shit.
you on the internet? Yeah, how about you stop talking shit? Stop the internet. Stop interacting with people. Stop saying my damn name.
Yeah. We're not stopping shit at
Exactly.
all. Like, if we want to call out something on BX, it's going to happen. If we want to call out something on you, it's going to happen.
Exactly.
Just
You
because
make
you
me
said
stop.
stop, no.
Didn't you say you're gonna get rid of us like last
take-
year?
Yeah, exactly.
You build your channels, I get that. Drama sells, and I get that too.
Yeah, you get it because you've been doing it and you love it. Once you saw that your views started doing a lot better when you did the drama, because let's face it, Michelle, your views sucked until you started talking drama and showing our live streams on your.
That is kind of interesting. So, like, my streams, like, do and then when there's drama, it tends to blow up. That's true. But my shorts, on the other hand, like shorts that are non-drama related shorts, are like 35,000, 50,000 views. I mean, really high views. And either I've clipped something that's important to me, like Billy Bob Thornton talked about the loss of his brother, and it just resonated with me. Or there was one about people that leave the church because of, like, basically spiritual abuse, and the counselor guy's explaining, like, it's a nervous system issue, that people aren't just going, oh, I don't like that idea, or mad or whatever. It's like their body actually will react in like an anxious way, or I just need to get out of here, I'm crawling up the walls kind of way, because of some experiences that they've had. And people don't usually address that, and that sort of stuff. So that, like, some of my most viewed things are things like that, or for whatever reason, my most viewed short of all time is the Ripcurrent one, for some reason. For whatever reason, that hit the algorithm.
On your live streams, your views finally started to be decent then. Before that, they sucked so bad. So don't act like you aren't doing the same thing. We're not doing it for the views, because I don't give a.
Yeah, I don't know. Like Mod X, who used to mod for Uni and then mod for Steve, Mod X. Mod X was, I don't know. It seemed like they had something going on, and like whatever it is, it's falling apart. It looks like he's not even around anymore. I don't know. But it seemed like it was a little more than a friendship.
Give a shit about the.
Moderate extremist is what they're talking about. Mod X. He's in Steve Land, and also he was in Uniland at one point. And then when he got ousted from Uniland, he threw a fit. And he he would never stop talking about it for the longest time. It was hilarious.
Views on my live streams.
And then when I had a falling out with Uni, he expected me to do the same thing, and I was like, "Oh, goodbye."
My views, all of my good views come from my shorts that I make on my celebrities. The lives are for a purpose of calling out the bullying and the harassment.
And like I said, we're allowed to clap back. You may not like it, but we're allowed to do that. Dumbass.
Right. And the occasional, like if we talk addiction and things like that.
Right. Yeah.
So mental health. But
Knowledgeable
you're
stuff.
doing the same thing. So don't act like you haven't been loving the views that you're getting from the drama.
Megan and Wolf, do you guys think you're bullies? Now, I know that you're calling out the bullies, but do you guys think you're bullies? And especially Wolf, do you think you're a bully? When you say something like that you wanted to bury Alice alive, for instance, would that be bullying? when you misgender me, and then people correct you, like people on my behalf have corrected you, not that I've asked them, but they have, and that's not the case, and you still do it to try to, I guess, get under my skin, would that be bullying? When you attack Shen, who's not online and hasn't been online for some time, and for a long time was like just kind of doing her, when she was online, she got out of everything that was like weird and started focusing on animals, and you've never let go of the Shen thing, and she's not even around, and you're just beating a dead horse. Is that bullying? I'm just wondering, by your standards, if you've ever, like, I don't know, looked in the mirror.
And you'll be right back probably tomorrow night or the next night playing this live stream that we're doing right here.
And we'll claim you
to
for
get
it.
views.
You cry about it. Don't leave no head time. I'm claiming for it. You won't cry. I'm gonna claim
And when you do, we're gonna be right behind you, calling you out again.
You're right thing too, but stop everything taking you done. I'm striking at that.
Right. You better commentate. Don't be like popcorn.
Titan, who's like the mod of several channels, says it's more than bullying, by the way, Wolf. He says it's an actual threat. So it's worse than bullying. I mean, that's what I said, and you said, oh no, Spackle's racist.
Where she didn't commentate and she just sat there and listened to my live. If that happens, you can get a strike. So far, you haven't done that.
1 million.
Hopefully, you'll continue to do right.
But when you're trying to hurt people with your drama, that's where you need
Hurt
to draw the
people.
line.
Wait a minute. We haven't hurt anybody with the drama. Y'all are the ones that try to hurt people.
Actually, you have, but okay.
Hey, y'all feel hurt. They're taking me killed. Y'all got Madam Manel's cow hurt. Keep trying.
Yeah.
Keep digging. Sounds stupid.
Yeah, Renell's child has been hurt. Oh,
okay, that's some bullshit there. The Renell child thing. As much as I don't like Cheshire, how in the earth, like logically, let's look at this. How on earth does a weirdo goblin from Canada I guess she called Renell the Sig Heil, right? Which doesn't make sense, because isn't Renell like, I don't know how to say this. I sound like terrible. Isn't Renell like a person of, I don't know if this is weird to say, but a person of color or something? Like, can somebody that's not white be a Nazi? I never really thought about it. Like, I don't know any. I've never seen like a Nazi that's not white, so I don't know. But like none of it makes sense. So they called her a goose stepper, but the real word, which doesn't make sense, and that's awful. And I'm just like, and I've been bitched about it, on YouTube. Like, you don't call somebody like that. That's ridiculous. And I don't like Renell either, but I don't have to like Renell to think that's pretty messed up. But again, Cheshire says messed up things all the time, like that. So it's like, whatever. And they even made like a swastika on her and like a mustache and stuff like that. And I'm sure like most of the anti-KJs, like there's like a MAGA like hold on a lot of them, and you know how I feel about that. but to jump to Nazi is not good. And so anyway, the claim is that this is what's been relayed, and I've been piecing together. The claim is that Cheshire's words and attacks on Renell got Renell's child attacked because mom was called a Nazi, is what they're trying to say. And I just want to know, like, how old is this kid and why are they watching Cheshire? Like, are you trying to tell me that there's like a school of kids from grade school to high school, however old this kid is, and they're watching Cheshire Vic? Like, really? Like, is this logical at all? This is as dumb as when Leslie said there was chalk in her car and not cocaine. Like, it is as dumb as that. Well, all these cops were following me, and then they said I had cocaine, but it was chalk. Like, it's just about as dumb as that. And then she was saying, maybe Katie Joy planted it in my car. It's about as dumb as that. It is that dumb. We don't believe it. I don't believe it. This is a complete nonsense lie. Now, maybe her kid got, like, I don't know, like, maybe got popped, by another kid because of some other argument or whatever. And then the kid, maybe he knows Like he's going to get mom all riled up and say, oh, it's not my fault, mom. And he hears mom streaming and he made an excuse. I don't know, but none of this makes sense. There's no way that kids and high schoolers are influenced by Cheshire. There's just no way. That doesn't make any sense. Does that make any sense to anybody? So Renell's South African. Okay. Well, I'm not a fan of, the apartheid and Elon Musk and a lot of things. I'm also not a fan of, shipping every brown person out and then saying, oh, we're going to fast pass every white South African to America. I think that's fucked up too. But like, again, jumping to Renell and calling her that is not a good thing. It's not a good thing at all. And so, but there's no way. Well, fascism is different, right? Fascism is different than race-driven fascism. There's different kinds of fascism, right? So yeah, fascism itself can come from anywhere. But this idea that somehow Cheshire would have an influence on anybody, kindergarten through 12th grade, this doesn't make any sense to me. I don't buy it. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, just like everything's Katie's fault. Yeah, like she planted chalk in my car, like it's just weird. Yeah, I'm going way back there because that's what it reminded me of, right? And it was funny. That was funny. It was so funny.
Wolf has had a target put on his back. Yep. He's been called a predator.
Yep.
Racist comments are made to him. Yep. You don't know what some crazy person might do if they saw Wolf on the street because of the shit y'all say.
It's an open firearm, not their own one.
Yeah. And then
having a firearm might be helpful. I don't know your life.
Look what is said about my child, about my family. That's hurting people. They don't care. You've gone after my mods, my friends that are in my chat. You've said stuff on Tammy Sue, who just lost her husband.
Tammy Sue says a lot of bullshit towards me. Tammy. You're so weird. And then also the other one that drives me nuts. Oh, what is her name? There's this one that's just really sanctimonious. I can't think of her name, but oh my God, she's terrible. Tiffany. Oh, Tiffany. God, that one's annoying. Yeah, you have some annoying mods and friends in there. And when they panel up, yeah, we can comment on them. But I obviously wouldn't go, for somebody's, husband. Like I don't know. I don't remember what was said, but I didn't remember it wasn't good. And that stuff, I agree we shouldn't do. I think it was somebody that I don't really hang out with anyway. Again, like I said.
And said some really nasty things on that.
On Susie too, yep.
On Susie. Sunday, you ran off Sunday.
Sunday, bloody
Sunday. Y'all have hurt people. So don't come and say that we're not hurt.
So Sunday came waltzing over to my comment section and I said, intrude. And she thought she would pop back with something. And then I popped back and she walked it down real fast. And that made you so mad. It made you so mad that you almost cast her out of the group. You were fussing about it on the live. It bothered you. And I just thought that was really weird. Sunday, I think she had a Marcy logo on her thing, Marcy from Peanuts. It seemed like that fit her. She's kind of a Marcy, like somebody that you might have a back and forth with a little bit, but she's sort of soft, sort of claws detached. So it wouldn't make sense to come at her rawr, So I was, I matched the energy, and the energy wasn't very aggressive. It was just very I know a thing. Well, I know a thing too. But it wasn't aggression. And so I don't know why she would be scared. I don't know who she tangled with that would scare her. But I don't think I was scared her. I think we just had a back and forth a little bit, and then it upset you. You're the one that was scary. You're the one that acted all weird about it.
Hurting anybody. We're calling out what y'all are doing. You just don't like it because y'all hate the truth. You absolutely hate the truth.
You can't handle the truth, babe. I think you hate the truth. I don't know if you know what truth is. I think you're pretty pathological.
And y'all are trolls. are not used to having people like Wolf and I continue to call them
Yeah,
out.
isn't she?
They
Oh
never
my
had this
gosh.
before. They're
I'll
used
never
to
quit. I'll
silencing
die
people,
first, man.
and they're used to running them out of the community. But
Mhm.
we haven't done that. We haven't shut up, and we haven't been run out of the community, and we're not
Exactly.
going to be.
I'm gonna see if I can do a Tiffany imitation. I just want to get up and say that Roadhog isn't anything that these awful trolls call him. They have been harassing him and his wife and his family for no reason. And if these awful like that's how she talks, and you're just like, are you kidding me? Have you not noticed all the shit that Roadhog does? Are you an idiot? Yes, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're fucking idiot. Okay.
And
I
they
ain't going
hate
nowhere,
it.
nowhere. I'm an American fucking citizen. I pay my bills. This is my computer and my electricity.
I'm an American citizen. I pay my bills. Good, because I was about ready to call ICE on you. Like, what the fuck? By the way, I'm totally against that, by the way. But like what why would you say I'm an American citizen? Like I would assume that. Like,
And that's big enough for everybody. Y'all don't care about it. You want to.
Yeah. Unveiling over here. Word. How old are you unveiling? Why are you talking like a 16-year-old?
Yeah.
That was a
As if
bad
that
joke,
wasn't,
sorry.
as if that wasn't a microaggression towards me or anyone black.
Yeah, I mean, come on, unveiling.
Mhm,
Jeez, you're such an idiot.
Mhm.
When you continually call people every name in the book,
You mean
Okay,
like y'all
I-
do?
think
I
of,
know. I just I don't use the C word at all.
your mother was a hamster.
So that,
right.
and
If
that's
you
in the book.
can't
I don't use
talk
that word
about
either.
somebody, whether you like them or not, and not call them
Shut up,
names,
bitch! I can tell you what I
use
want
four-letter
you.
words.
I use like swear words and expletives occasionally, but I really tried to not get too far down that line. Like I think there's a point where it can get just disgusting. And as much as I don't like Meg and Wolf, we do have to not dehumanize each other, because the way it goes with human beings is once they dehumanize each other, then they're willing to do things that normally morally they wouldn't be willing to do. So that's why I think it's important to not take it that far. But yeah, I might call you a bitch or whatever occasionally, but like I try not to go like obsessively crazy too far on that kind of stuff. So I'm sort of a middle ground on that, Michelle. And I think that you can call people things occasionally or whatever. It kind of depends on the level and the energy, you know. I guess maybe for some people that would be an absolute no, and that would be their boundary. For me, it's like it depends on how extreme, and the context and the why, and then how often it's used. I think of those kind of things, but yeah.
Michelle,
Christ.
we call out exactly what we see. I don't know what names you're talking about, but if you don't like it, don't listen. You stupid bitch.
Yeah,
How about
bitch,
that?
yeah, bitch is the word I use most. I use bitch more than anything else. So
Yeah.
Oh, I
there's words
got to
that
work
use,
on that
like
then,
the C word. I don't
Shelly.
use that word, and that's in the book too because you're wrong again. You logical motherfucker. Mm-hmm.
I mean, y'all are the ones that go so low to go real life. You talk
Mhm.
about children and and looks and all kind of stuff.
Y'all proud
So
about mine.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they didn't know Puerto Rico was an American territory. Oh, this makes me so sad. What is wrong with you guys? What is wrong with you guys? Do you guys have diplomas? Like, did you not learn these things? I don't know.
Dude, good morning. Happy birthday. Y'all proud about all that shit, right? Crying out, we're
Exactly.
wonderful.
Then something's wrong with you. Something's really wrong with you, or either you've just got an out
Insane
and out potty
membrane.
mouth.
Potty mouth.
I-
I'm a grown fucking
well,
man.
I guess we got to wash your mouth out with soap because Michelle said you had a potty mouth. Michelle, you sat up here and cussed like a sailor when you were up here with us. So don't act like you don't. I mean, you are so ridiculous.
I'm
if you
grown.
don't like
My
it,
students are not for
don't
children.
watch.
Yeah, don't watch. Those kids understand me. You hear my cuss words, though, right?
Yeah, right. I thought you couldn't understand what Wolf said, but you sure understand what he's saying now. I mean, this is an adult channel. We could say
Exactly.
cuss words if
We can say adult words like the F word and ass.
we want to.
But all my students are not for
Don't
children.
ever
There's a reason for that.
speak of Mr.
Right.
White with taboo topics or RH and
Megan's like, ask me no more questions. I'll tell you more, no lies. The boys are in the bathroom. They're zipping up the flies.
call them a name. Do what
Bullshit.
you will.
Liar.
You
You're
are
a fucking
such a
liar.
liar, Michelle.
You're a
You are
fucking liar
such
now.
a liar.
You're a
You
lying
know,
ass bitch
do
now.
what you will.
Come on, cuss words.
You'll
Lying
not
ass bitch.
ever, ever, ever catch me calling you the names
Good.
like what you have
You
called
don't call your name
myself
back.
and others.
Oh, poor baby.
The
Are you
names
keeping
are
these part, Michelle? Are you gonna cry?
I don't think that's crying. I think it's that she has a boundary and she feels that other people have crossed that boundary. And boy, some people have. Like, I think there's levels of cussing or there's levels of name calling. And so, like, idiot is like nothing. Like, Megan says idiot a lot. I don't care. Like, idiot. And it's just kind of funny how she says it, right? But Wolf can be quite awful. And not just to me, like quite awful to a lot of people. And it's just the fact of it. Roadhog is incredibly awful. He's probably the worst. Like, it's disgusting. So, I mean, yeah, there are levels of verbal assault, shall we say, like, using words that are incredibly degrading. And there's a level of fighting and a level of disapproval and dislike. And then there's a level of dehumanization. And so it kind of just depends on where you fall on that spectrum, maybe.
Because you were called a name? Because I've seen you call us names before. We showed it on our live streams.
Yeah.
So don't act like you've never said anything.
Hey, Madam Pat, what's all?
Stupid hillbilly.
I'm not full screen anymore. Yeah.
So that's really all I have today. I hope everybody is enjoying their Monday, the start of another week. Not sure when I'm going to go live again. It'll be sometime before.
That's pretty much it. She just goes in talking about how she's going to start, I think, recapping the Chris Lee show when it comes back on. I'm sure you'll get a ton of views from that.
Yeah. You say what?
Yeah.
Oh my God. But at the end of the day, you don't run shit over here. Yeah, you don't run shit over here.
Yeah. You don't tell us what to do. Nobody's going to listen to you.
I'm going to call you a bitch, hoe, slut, tramp, gutter rat. If I don't work, I'll call you all that names. If I want to.
Flip flop and twit. Right.
Yeah.
We're not.
Would you guys be offended if I called Meg a cum guzzling dumpster fire of a human being? Would that be offensive? Would that be dehumanizing? I'm just asking where your limits are, because I wouldn't call her a cum guzzling dumpster fire. I think that's pretty rude. What I'm trying to highlight is that there's levels of that, and then there's levels of gross, and that's gross, like, right? So you can choose to not be gross.
We didn't use. You're a liar.
Like I said, I don't take orders from trolls. Sorry, not happening.
Exactly. And like I said, I'll call PS whatever I fucking want to call that nigga, because I'm a nigga like him, and I can say that all goddamn day.
And you could be like, "Oh my God, you use that example. You're so bad." But that's like a very gamer thing to say. And like I said, like, I've been in a male-driven community before, and they say awful things like that. I'm not a fan. I don't like that stuff. But like my point was the drill in how there's different levels. And so oftentimes Wolf goes beyond the level that other people are dishing out. He has more extreme energy, I would say. My opinion. He says he's matching energy, but he doesn't. Like, you can like do like a slight tap on him, and then he's like bringing out like a tank, in comparison.
Hey, black man to black man. You ain't gotta like him, Michaela. You ain't black. I say you don't get it. Okay? You're not supposed to get it. So we are. Okay? But you sit up with your white friends though, and be racist to me. And I can get love to be another black man, right?
Psycho Hose Beast from Wayne's World. Psycho Hose Beast.
Yeah, like crystal ball, clear, fake as fuck.
What else I have? Some of these we may have looked at when we were on your channel. I don't know if we looked at this. Yeah, I think we talked about Brittany. Yeah, we talked about all of those. I just got to take them out of here. I just forgot to delete them out because we had brought them over to Wolf.
Leave Brittany alone.
Channel Saturday.
Yes, it's all
so yeah, it was all that stuff. I'm trying to get to like today, basically. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is just to show y'all that she is locked. That's what
that's what
here again? Michelle was writing about, which blondes are awesome, does have the right to stay locked down if she wants.
Alice requested to follow you.
And she was talking about right here, you could change this to say whatever you want in your little bio.
Don't care.
And you hang out with pedos now and raises and go get their.
I hope Alice is finally seeing through you and that y'all use her. I'm not getting my hopes up, but I mean, every single one of you trolls use Alice.
I don't
Wolf
use
and
Alice.
I've been saying it from day one that y'all use her to attack people.
Do not use Alice.
Like her.
I know she's mentally ill and a psychopath and will attack.
Who's using Alice? You're gonna have to be specific here.
For you to use her all damn day long. Y'all don't care about each other. She don't care about y'all. Y'all don't care about her either. So yeah, it works.
And this was odd. Before Popcorn went live, Rebrand was in the chat saying something. I'm taking it she doesn't like popcorn very much.
No, I hadn't talked to her. I'm not sure.
But I thought it was hilarious. I think those got removed though.
Probably did. You're bad.
Popcorn's another side of the community. It's not somebody I really talk to that much. I showed up in their chat like once, you know, but like again, it's not like a Red Rover game where everybody like is holding hands. It's not quite like what you show your audience, Meg.
She was just kind of making fun of her picture or whatever. But she wasn't in their very boring live stream. So so Alice says right here,
Coley at one point in time.
I guess Alice was mad at Blondes Are Awesome right here because she said, yes, you dumb witch. People are sending me cryptic messages that you were posting. Maybe say your shit directly to me. There's no
Alice, you locked up so many times when you got into like smackdowns like all the time, and you would get like smacked and get don't even get me started now.
Cryptic messages. I don't know why y'all think they're cryptic. I mean, even I can understand them. So
yeah, make it sound bad, but it is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they want to blame her for everything. They don't want.
What are we blaming her for? What is that thing that you're referring to? What blame needs to be had? What incidents happened that supposedly people are casting blame? What are you talking about, Meg? The audience wants to know.
Want to take accountability, just like you said, Wolf, earlier. Right. They want to put it all on Blondes Are Awesome. So they, you know, because they know they.
Who's they? Who's they?
Look really bad here lately with all of their shit that they've been doing.
Who's been doing?
Yeah, and their hands are dirty and bloody, and the souls are filthy.
Show us the proof right now.
100% souls. I mean that in every possible way. People are nasty.
I just want to know what in the world she's talking about.
Off the bottom.
And then, of course, she's threatening to drop DMs. You know what? I don't really think that Blondes Are Awesome is too worried about any DMs because I'm sure she's got lots of incriminating shit.
Night, Chandler. Good to see you.
She told you watch out for something. She got something special. Y'all said watch out for the crowd.
Yeah. If I were you, I would be the one that would be worried. I think you're just giving her a bunch of empty threats, hoping it's going to scare her, but I doubt it does. She hasn't even done anything really to bother you. So she might have put a couple messages in her bio. So what? Yep. They weren't even bad.
Obviously, those messages were enough to trigger Karen Alice. It must be true whatever you're saying, huh? Alice, you wouldn't worry about it.
Right. And then Pork Chop says, this chick be wildin' talking about Blondes Are Awesome. Where have you been, Pork Chop? You've been MIA for days. What the hell? They aren't going the way you hoped. You know, I heard from a very good source that you thought you would have ran Wolf and I out by now and not going your way. So are you upset that it didn't happen? Like, what's going on with you?
I'll be damned for Karen running me out of dead internet.
And then she said, this is Matt.
As I've said before to people, you can't win the internet, so to speak. The people that you may vanquish will come back almost always. So I don't look at it like that, like a zero-sum game. I look at it as you can laugh at people, you can criticize people, you can support people, obviously it is positive too. Or you can post like warning signs around people, like this person is a problem, whatever. But like, if the goal is just running people off the internet, I mean, that's never going to happen. That's not going to happen. But people do wise up to BS. That happens. That does happen.
That level shit. No, it's not. She didn't do anything. I don't think she did anything wrong. She made a comment on her bio. Alice, you do all kind of shit.
I know. You say one thing in passing and you mean it for a good thing. Like, hey, I want to help out other people that are maybe dealing with this thing. And then they'll come out and then they'll tell these terrible, terrible lies. And, you know, like it's one of those things where they'll make you oftentimes, I don't regret it because I've been vulnerable occasionally with a purpose. But these people's idea is to try to make you regret being slightly vulnerable in any way. Unfortunately, part of community, if you really wanted to connect with people maybe that are dealing with that sort of stuff, is to say, hey, I've dealt with this, you know, and there's types of cancer that have stigma too, where people are reluctant to talk about, or they don't know how to self-advocate. And so it would be nice to have those conversations without them jumping on every cancer survivor and saying that they're fake.
So anyway, but it definitely wasn't.
Everything that Nat was accused of, Alice has done, and we can prove that she's done it.
Right.
weren't you hanging out with Alice during that timeline with Matt? I'm pretty sure you guys were hanging out around that same exact time. So what were you doing, Wolf? If Alice was doing that and you guys were at that time, if I remember right, you guys were pretty buddy. Because I know, because I was arguing with you guys at different points. Like, what were you doing? I'm just curious.
Where is the damn? Well, we'll just keep going. Yeah, that's the one we looked at already. She's saying she has all their DMs. I think she was talking about Wolf right here, Terry Lynn. I glimpsed my name in there. The guy is homophobic and racist himself and supports the homophobic, racist piece of shit. Wolf, you should lay off the smoke because it truly makes you dumb.
Oh, really? I'll tell you what. Okay, it makes you dumb, right? I'm faster than you still with my weed. Okay?
I may be dumb, but I'm faster than you with my weed.
Let's talk about how slow you are. Sloth balls, okay?
Yeah, Terry Lynn, you sound like you popped 80 Xanaxes every time you go live. Yeah. I'm not saying you did. And
I
maybe
you got college education.
That's kind of true.
Terry Lynn, but I do. I know if you took the word out, Terry Lynn, but I have. Okay? And I'm saying my voice never hindered me in my goddamn life. So y'all cry when you want to. I don't care. I'm good.
Exactly.
I'm good.
She's so far up Bliss Chris's and all those other trolls' butts right now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, she ain't caught up with herself yet to see how stupid she looks.
And then Joan said, someone, this is about you, I think, someone ought to inform Wolf that every time he calls us bitches, he is dehumanizing us. That term refers to female dogs. I'm sure there are people he has referred to as it as well. Referred to a person he knows as a female, as a man, etc., etc. As for RH, too many racist and misogynist comments to count. The denial is astounding. Oh,
you know, my clapback was for Sheryl Crow song bitch for her.
I mean, you do whine and cry about being called a pup, and bitch is a female dog.
Well, first of all, Joan, you have no room to talk. You have done some really vile stuff. Like
what?
Said, if people knew some of the stuff you and Unveiling have done in the past, their jaws would be on the ground.
My jaw is on the ground right now as you speak. No, I have no idea what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Was that when they were Team Steve? I'm pretty sure they were Team Steve, and then like Unveiling was like, oh no, Steve and Joan, they're like, oh no, he's terrible. Was that during their Team Steve episode or after? Like, what are you talking about?
But
don't forget, Joan is the one who said foxes are dogs. She's also the one that said black people should change their name.
So when people say dogs, like the dog family or the cat family, they're not going to use the scientific name, but like canine, right? And they'll be like canis, blah, 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 blah. But like in the family, and there's different trees in the family, fox is related to the same ancestor as the dog. And so if you don't want to be nitpicky, she is right in the sense that she's using like common colloquial terms. But if you want, then please explain, the scientific names to us, Wolf, if you want to be that, specific. I think what they're trying to do is downgrade your predator status. Oh, you're not that scary kind of thing, like I've done. Like I've called you a coyote. And then you're like, oh my gosh, but like some people actually call themselves a coyote. Like that's their persona. It's kind of funny, just like you're a wolf. So like they're referring to your persona, and then they're downgrading it in the sense of not that they're downgrading, dehumanizing you. They're downgrading your spirit animal kind of thing. Like I relate to this wolf, thing. And they're like, nah, you're more like more like a, fox or whatever that she's trying to say. Like it's just a downgrade. That's it. And then you guys are fussing about like what family it's in. It's in the same family in the sense that it comes from the same ancestor, the same tree. So I feel like that's calling Joan stupid. Like Joan and I have sparred before, and she can be frustrating, but she isn't a stupid person per se. Like she's not like uneducated.
Avoid the racism.
Right. Y'all, the stuff y'all did makes anything that we've said look like child play. Okay.
Foxes are not dogs. They're part of the same Canada family, but they're not dogs. Proven by scientists everywhere. Second, John Smith. I don't care what you say. You piece of shit. You once called out racism for me. Now you speak the same shit. Okay, that means you're racist.
I know. Bliss Chris comes and says, BX tried to tell him that Porch Pup will never take accountability for a damn thing. Also,
So that's racist. Porch. I would retract that, Bliss. Anything porch, just take that out of there. That is, we know there's a phrase that's connected to that, and you need to get rid of that.
Disgusting labels on people is a slap in the effing face to people who have actually dealt with those things. Keep crying about this shit, and when it actually is true, no one is going to believe you because you. I think I have the next part.
My persona,
because you've done played the boy who cried wolf, no pun intended, too many times.
Being a furry is not my gig at all, but I know some furries, and so I was talking to Shadow Tier, and we had this conversation. What was my first persona? And at first I giggled, I'm like, this is ridiculous, but I was like, okay, I'll play, and so like if I had a persona, meaning like not as a otherkin or somebody that like thinks they're an animal, but like it's essentially like cosplay, which is not something I have an interest in. But if you're talking about cosplay and a persona, if I had one, which I don't, it would be probably a bat. Actually, I think a bat, it would be pretty fun. I could hang upside down, which would be hilarious. And then I'd have like little wings, and they have a little claw on the end. And I'd probably make it so like the little wings like had like I would make it so that like the claw would work like a mitten or something like that, so I could use my hands like on the ends or something. I would do something cool like that, and then make it brown like Stella Luna. It'd be a brown bat. That's what I would do, and I had to give it a lot of thought. So I have answered this question before to somebody that is a furry. What's my persona? I guess I'll choose this. I just thought it was fun. Plus, I'm kind of blind, so bats are blind, and I can be a night owl. Yeah, so now I'm going to be made fun as a furry, and I'm not. Look what you've done, Titan. Yeah. Now cosplay, on the other hand, is something I could get more into. I like unusual like characters, but I tend to like male characters, which is hilarious. So that's going to feed into like Wolf's whole thing of there's just really a man. But I don't know. My friend and I, we dressed up as doctors, from Doctor Who, and I was David Tennant, and then she was Captain Jack, and that was fun. And that was when, because we're, that was the San Diego Comic-Con, and that was really fun. But that's like the most I've done really as far as that I can think of. So that's my nerd story right there is I did cosplay as the Doctor.
I'm not you. Bliss a white woman. I'm a black man. You're just a racist bitch. Ever.
Bliss, if BX literally murdered somebody, you would take up for him. I've never seen somebody suck up to somebody. Do you have a crush on him? Like, what is the deal with you and him?
She loves him.
I mean, he could do no wrong. You act like this dude walks on water. I remember when you were trying to get me to watch him, you acted like he was some creator that had like 1 million followers and he was the best person in the whole world. I mean,
listen to your heart and you will find just what you mean to me. Search your soul. like I don't know, like she's acting like it's like she'll do anything. I was thinking of that weird Robin Hood song. When I was in middle school, I think they played it in the early 90s, like forever and ever and ever. It was like what was it called? Everything I Do. I do it for you.
Why don't you just go stay over there if he's so great?
Exactly. Where you been at the past few days? While you going at Roadhog? Nowhere to be seen in chat. Nowhere to be seen. You just stand by your man.
Not to be seen in. Who wants to go to that chat? Ew. You might end up with like roaches or something in that chat.
Says your video on ignoring a narcissist is very good. Looking for forward to, somebody said this to Bliss, looking forward to part 2. It is much easier said than done, as the smear campaign the narcissists create in order to get their victim to re-engage is often hard to ignore. The narcissist sickos are in the troll group.
I think narcissist is an overused term, and so narcissism has, like, again, a sliding scale, and they overuse it. Like, it's become a buzzword, and people don't know how to use it. You're completely innocent of accusing me of furryism. Okay. Batman is a furry. That's right. We've established that. If you're a Batman fan, you're a furry fan.
Talk about it.
Everybody.
And no, I didn't copy off of Bliss. What we talked about that day, she only talked about narcissists as a way to take a dig at us. So when I had went live about it, it was to call out what she was doing.
Actual narcissist, yeah, exactly.
Not to copy.
This is not very
her,
bright.
like
She's really dim. She's very dim right now. Light not coming on. It's really dim. Not even candle
right.
up there. Please, let's not talk, Bliss. Because I know about you.
I don't know why Wolf thinks he can talk about everybody's IQ.
She said this today.
I gave all my fucks in a jar away. Now I just carry around bags of eggplants to hand to people when they cry. Eat a bag of eggplants.
Hey, I gave all my fucks in my jar away. Now I just carry around bags of dicks to hand to people when they cry.
That's
yet you still whine and cry about us every time we mention your name.
You carry around a bag of penises. That's kind of scary. Like,
yeah. Well, it sounds like you got one that you want real bad. Maybe you need to go over there and get it.
Go get it, girl.
That's very big biblical, carrying around bags of penises. Well, in this case, King David, before he's king, had like a bag of foreskin of his enemies. So a bag of part of a dick exists in the Bible, just so you know. Fun fact. 200 of them.
Doing your dick dashing job. Oh, look, it's still out.
This cracked me up. Bliss, oh my God, I cannot pull off bald. This is where they were talking about like haircuts and dyeing hair and all that. And then Michelle said, I'd go bald too. Well, you're almost there, Michelle, so no worries. No worries.
She's getting there too. She's just before a bitch. So
yeah, no worries. You're almost there, dear. Let's see. And this, of course,
I just want to know where you lost your nose. Like, did you lose it in an accident or something? Did you just where's your nose? You know, someday, Meg, you should cam up. We want to see what your nose actually looks like, because for whatever reason, the pictures that you do have, you filter the hell out of it. Where you don't have a nose, you turn it into Voldemort.
This is the screenshots from Michelle's live, because I know y'all couldn't see them good. This is where Bliss said, just ignore them from here on out. And this is where Alice comes in and says, leave me out of it, Michelle. She only mentioned you when you spoke to her. Basically telling her none of that was to you. She only mentioned you one time. But Michelle kept going and going and going on. Wands are awesome, telling her to unlock and to come have a conversation with her. Which
she's been told to do that. Imagine that.
Exactly. And this is where she said she was unlocked now, but Wolf showed you that she's not unlocked. And I went right then to go take this screenshot to show that she was locked. And then Wolf did a more.
Oh my gosh, we're back to the locked screenshot again. Oh my gosh. She's had the same profile picture since 2019. Oh, I remember one time EKC had a filter and it didn't make her nose disappear completely, but her nose got really, really tiny and square, like a really extremely square nose. It was really weird. I don't think she uses that filter anymore.
A recent one to show that she was still locked.
I keep her blocked,
which that's fine. She could be unlocked, but why lie and tell everybody that you're unlocked? That was dumb.
Why lie? There's no reason to lie there, but you lied anyway. You're a liar.
And then Bliss says, don't even pay attention to any of it. I don't speak for BX ever, but I can say he don't give a fuck, and none of us are watching. Oh, y'all always watch us.
Y'all all watching, man.
Every time we go live, y'all can say you don't.
Don't lie,
Whether
man.
you watch it live or watch the replay, you always watch.
I don't watch y'all, but I didn't send clips. I watch those clips.
And then here comes Spackle, who I actually agree with on this comment. BX has some horrendous things against women. She's right. He does.
I meant to say said.
And then Bliss,
Where
of
were
course, like what, Spackle? Because she's got to take up for her.
Were you not around like a couple years ago? Like Bliss? Like, did you not? Were you not around?
Honey.
Yeah.
It's all deleted anyway. Like, it's not like I'm an archiver where I'm like, here it is. I'm not obsessive like Jackie.
That's hilarious. Stand by your man.
I never cared enough to really invest, but a little bit I saw of him, I went, I don't like how he's talking. And to each their own, I guess.
And then Spackle says he's just not as bad as RH. RH is nothing like BX.
RH is far worse.
Okay,
Exactly.
nothing. Y'all, you know why y'all don't like Roadhog and Hoggette?
Because they go real life. Because they are. I don't know. I would say that he's obsessed with incest for some reason, which was pretty weird. Because that's his go-to with people. That he called his offspring an idiot. Like, there's a lot of reasons. Like, he filmed. He went live and filmed the cop showing out of his door during a DV incident. He went live during that, and the cops were there, and they were talking back and forth to her and then him, and they were separated out. And he's like, I'm just filming to show transparency and to protect myself. It's just super weird. And then the cops were talking to him, and he said, and the cop said, is it true that you choked her? And he's like, yeah, bitches love that shit. You know what I mean? And the good old boy cop's like, ha. And I'm like, ew. It just skin crawl. Ew. And RH is much worse.
Because they're willing, just like Wolf, to tell y'all the truth and to call out your bullshit, and y'all don't like it.
100%.
They see right through you, and they will call it out on a dime, and y'all hate that shit. That's why y'all don't like them.
You have integrity, something they don't know nothing about. So I'll call out bad shit on my own people and their people at the same time.
Right. And here comes another little groupie, Sue. Great speaking up for yourself, Michelle. I bet she keeps doing drama too, Sue. So get ready for that. She's the one.
I guess she's. Wait, is she allowed to say the word to tell them out, right, Sue?
Right.
Good.
Exactly.
Your friends have been very racist, and I'll talk shit about it.
Yeah. And finish up, and I'm sure we'll have some more to add in. But so Cheshire and Manya did a three-part live about Renell and Veda. Most of it being on Veda. Part 2 and 3 were all on Veda.
Veda is a creep. Veda is like a criminal mind, actually. I don't know if she'd even disagree with me. Ooh, people are talking about me in chat. Let's see what they say. Gabby, you got a good zinger? Let's see what you say. You can't control my husband. Bliss. Fine. Maybe he's not referring to dogs. Gabby says, bah, ha, ha, ha. Rolling. Dead, rolling, dead. That name is unaliving me. I can't. Freed Spackled Dick. Well, first of all, I just wanted to let you know that it's not a cum reference, you dirty person. It actually is something that an atheist called me in the debate group. He said, I was like the holy spackle, smooth. And what he was talking about is the way I would take theology and sort of smooth it over, so to speak. And if there was something that it was on its face seemed like it was a contradiction, I would try to explain it. And because I was so moderate and liberal, and that I view the Bible kind of just really fundamentally different than fundamentalists, it made it really frustrating for atheists. And he was joking, and he's like, holy spackle coming in, smooth. And even in a relationship, we could be arguing, and she's like, smooth. And at the time, I was like that. I was a lot more like, hey, and I do have that skill set, actually, of being more of a mediator and stuff like that, as much as you probably wouldn't believe it, Meg. That's the case. But that's where my name came from, actually. So no, it's not about jizz, Gabby, you dirty person.
Manya continued to talk about Veda's boobs on all.
Oh my God, really?
I think Manya's gay. No joke.
Manya, I know you're jealous of Veda and how she's beautiful and has
Yeah.
a nice set of boobs. I know
nice
that
body, yeah.
you don't. And I know, you don't really do the whole feminine looking type of thing. But I mean, you sound, it sounds like she's one of those like little fifth graders trying to make fun of somebody's looks.
Veda's very square. I don't know why you think like she's beautiful. She's very, very square. She is kind of fetal alcohol syndrome looking. I'm not kidding. Like that's what I see when I see her. She's very fetal alcohol syndrome. So I don't know why anybody would be jealous of her, of Tube Top Tammy there. She's kind of gross. She's kind of grody. She's tactless. She's stupid. She's dumb. When she tried to come at Burnt Toast, she got like just demolished by Burnt Toast. She was terrible.
She's calling her like something like long tits or something like that. She's so
long tits. Tube Top Tammy.
So jealous of Veda.
Oh my God.
Her look.
Veda Potato.
All the way around. Mayo, you're ugly all the way around. There's a difference there.
Fake artist.
Yeah, and she knows she's ugly. And I don't mean that just like looks wise. She's ugly on the inside.
Yeah, she's built like a sack of potatoes, exactly.
Even uglier on the
soul.
outside.
She got a filthy soul, filthy
Like
mouth.
she hit a wall or something on his face.
Take you real bad.
So they went in on about Veda's family, her looks, all kind of stuff in part 2 and 3.
Leave people's family out of it.
Veda back. Don't cry about it.
This whole group that they're showing are people that most of them I despise. There might be exceptions, but a lot of them I despise. Like Cheshire sycophants are really gross. Like the men are incel, thirsty little boys that are like, oh, Cheshire. And then I think Vanya's thirsty too. So it's very interesting.
Yeah. This Athens person lives in North Louisiana. Why do all these nutty people live in my state? Can somebody please remove them?
I would like you all, including yourself, you might not realize it, but you're nutty. I would like you all to be in the same place. Now, I know a lot of nuts from Florida as well. But yeah, if y'all could congregate in one single state, that would be cool. There's some real weirdos and that I can think of right now in New Jersey, and some real weirdos in Florida, and there's some real weirdos in Louisiana. So if you could all pick a state and congregate together, it would help society, I think.
I need y'all to come get them out of my state. Popcorn, damn this Athens person.
Popcorn's in Louisiana too. Oh my God, and Athens too. Hey, ma'am, can you get Steve out of my state? I would really like you to get Steve out of my state. He doesn't belong here, and he's MAGA. Get Steve out of my state.
And fucking jugs. I mean, take him out of my state. Y'all don't want him here.
Take Steve out of my state. I don't want him here. And Tia Tequila too.
Please.
That is the one that said, somebody quick make an account.
And Tina, I cut you.
To pretend to be me. And he lives in Louisiana.
And Manya is jealous of Veda's boobs. LOL. So then Veda must be jealous of Chesh and her sexy body in that sexy.
That was a pregnancy outfit, you idiot. A pregnancy outfit.
If you thought Cheshire looked sexy in that black.
Yeah. To me, like making fun of people's looks is like, it's a lowbrow, it's stupid, it's childish, it's whatever. But like people do that to me all the time. They make fun of my looks, and it's like whatever, But it's so funny because that's what they go for. They're always making fun of people in that way. So yeah, it is kind of weird.
Sex bunny suit, then you need to get your eyes checked, because that was the most vile thing I've ever seen. She did not have the body to wear that. It was nasty.
Cheshire doesn't have curves. She's not very curvy. She's just not. And so that I know what outfit you're talking about. That look doesn't suit her too well.
But I know you nerds probably don't ever get to see very many women up close.
That's true.
Yeah, except for what's on a corn video or something.
What's on a porn video?
So I'm sure that was the closest you've ever been to a woman in an outfit like that. So I get why you think she would look sexy, you fucking nerd.
Yeah. Oh man, that was horrible, dude. That was cringeworthy.
Yeah. Veda, there's no comparison of Veda and Cheshire. Veda
if Veda put that outfit on, it would be great.
Ew. She's a potato, dude. She's fetal alcohol syndrome potato. Like, why? Ew.
Yeah.
And she's dumb as rocks. She's so fucking dumb. Like, she might be the dumbest out of your group. She's just Ugh.
That'd be
Gorgeous.
fantastic. But
Cheshire,
put on George, no,
not so much. Okay.
no.
So yeah, I mean, why don't you just come out and say I have a crush on you, Cheshire? I mean, because that was pathetic.
Well, Texas,
I mean, a lot of them do. A lot of them crush on Cheshire. Like, there's a whole thing there. There's very much a whole thing there. You're like, Steve, get out of my state, Steve. Get out.
already threatened to take this all Beta once, so we know she likes that. But Beta's hot, so
Yeah.
and Texas not.
And she's never lied about any of
Yeah,
her
she did
family.
the
So
same.
y'all can stop with that shit. I won't
Yep.
speak on anything with Veda's family because it's not my place.
Exactly.
But I will say that she's never lied about anything.
Nope.
And I think it's cruel that y'all are even bringing her family up. She's not talking about any of y'all's family members, and hasn't
that-
ever.
They never got a kid hurt. Y'all did. Y'all did that shit.
Yeah.
Don't forget that, Mayo.
Dirty
Okay.
Uncle Skank says claims a girlfriend totes exist. Also claims to be married, but behaves as though she's single, living with her mother. Veda doesn't live with her mother. Okay, her mother
Tell us.
doesn't even live next to her or anything like that.
Right.
Veda has her own house with her husband.
Yeah.
Is Veda saying that she's in an open marriage? Is that what she's trying to say? Or poly? Ew.
Okay.
You're wild.
Not that that's but that is her. Ew.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know where
Wrong,
you're.
Sal.
Dirty Uncle Skank, you just make stuff
1 second here.
up. Veda hasn't lived with her
Hey.
mother. She goes and sees her family like most
Right.
people do. You know, and she'll
Sal's
spend
one that
time
lives with her
them.
mother. In case anybody's wondering. Sal lives with her mother.
But-
And the criminal.
Why do you know that? Why do we need to know that? Don't you live with your mama too? I don't think you bought the house. I think you like inherited it or you live with someone. Wolf. So keep talking.
But you know,
Sure.
I won't give you anything else because I know y'all want
Exactly.
us to say where, who, when,
Exactly.
you know, cities, states, all that. Not happening.
And not giving us our names.
Yeah. So then Veda does put hippo into hypocrite. Hawk Skull, you could never get a woman that looked like Veda if in your
Exactly.
wildest dreams, you dumbass.
Or if you get to Beta's chest, and that's not doing very well.
And how do you know that she slept with
If I wanted to look like Veda, I would hit myself with a shovel. I would dye my hair bimbo blonde. I would maybe cut off like 5 inches of my leg. I have a feeling she has really square feet. I just can see really giant, like Yabba Dabba Doo feet. I guess I would have to, like, I don't know, get a lobotomy maybe.
so many people Athens? How do you know that? That is
Yeah,
the-
she did
look
look,
at
I'm
this.
sure.
They say we say nasty stuff. I don't even want to
Yeah.
read this comment out loud because it's really
Please,
gross.
Big screen.
Talking about her, you know, private
I'm
part.
reading.
But the second comment to the last.
Oh my gosh, they're talking about flaps. Ugh, ugh. You know, the Athens, there was a girl that used to host with Cheshire, and her name was Nikki, but not Supernatural Nikki and not Nikki Pickle. Not those Nikki's. I want to be really clear. This Nikki was called Formerly Repressed Whore. And she used to be on that Time of the Month show with them. And one time she did this PSA about, how do I say this without getting in trouble? About flaps. And she showed like pictures of sandwiches. And she's like, can we just stop like shaming women, you know, labia shaming women is what she said. And everybody was like, what the fuck? And she's like, I have. And we're like, oh my God. Things I don't need to know. It's like, I don't know what to say about that. I didn't want to know.
How do
But that's not Veda. That was formerly repressed. And that was part of their group, by the way.
you know that she slept with a lot of people? You do not.
What
That
the
is so vile. But y'all say we say vile things.
That's
Michelle,
right.
this is what a vile comment looks like. Not anything
We're
we
sitting
say.
there
You don't
describing
do.
a woman's vagina.
I don't think I wouldn't declare anybody a slut if I don't know them. And I don't like that word either. You know, I don't understand why men are players and women are sluts. Like, that is something like if a woman enjoys sex, then we have a nasty, dirty word for her. And I just don't like that word. I don't think it's a good word, and it's really weird that people throw that around so easily. And just not a fan of that one. As much as I can be really mean to her, I don't think I want to use that word.
In a very nasty way she's never seen.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, of course not.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing. I don't know. See, don't call her slut, but maybe that.
Oh my God, it's like night and day.
Yeah, look
Like,
at that.
on the left
Beta is
And
gorgeous.
Winter on the right. Yeah,
Mayo,
it's gorgeous.
not so much.
Mayo is like real fried shit.
You're so
I definitely would say between the two, Manya's better looking. Now, Manya's a piece of garbage liar, you know, and I'm not a fan of her, but compared to the two, this woman is square. I mean, she's really square. She's like one color, like powder, like the weird albino guy powder. And then she's got like weird eyes. Her face looks smashed in. She's incredibly square, really square. And she thinks she's hot stuff showing off her shoulders. I don't want to see any of this, but like here we are. Ew. You know, like whatever. But between the two, oh, Manya, all the way.
Manya, that I mean, somebody who didn't even know you two and walked into the live and watched this for a few minutes could pick up on how jealous you are, Veda.
Nobody's jealous of Veda. Nobody is jealous. Like, definitely not. Gosh, if I was a jealous person, who would I be jealous of? It wouldn't be Veda. It'd be somebody that would be both intellectual and pretty at the same time. Like, oh, bitch, you got it both going on kind of thing. Shannon Q. Shannon Q is really pretty and cute and smart. And if I was to be a jealous person, maybe I'd pick somebody like that. But I'm not jealous. You know, I don't feel like it's a competition, you know, kind of thing. But Veda is not somebody to aspire to. She's stupid. She's not good looking. She's gross. She's tacky. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
That's how obvious it is.
Oh, it's very obvious.
And then somebody says her
maybe
toxic
she's jealous of her. I don't know. I don't know why you would be
about Manya, because Veda is not masculine at all.
Yeah.
I don't know what Voldemort actually looks like because she, like, you know, busts out her nose. But I would venture to say, I would guess that maybe she's even better looking than Veda.
Exactly. Mayo's one who wants to kill people.
Not that that matters, really. This is pretty sexist and terrible, like shit. But since we're on the subject,
not Veda. Huh?
Yeah.
So
I did not mean for the. I must have hit the banner on accident. Sorry about that. Okay. Because it's blocking. All right. I know why she's all about twisting it to sex. I mean, who the hell would want to get intimate with this gross bag? So she's frustrated because she don't get it. What Jack analysis? You wish you could get a woman like Veda. You're another one that couldn't get a girl that looked like her. If you had $1 million, you dumbass.
Again, Cheshire is surrounded by incels that like are thirsty for her.
Fucking Frankenstein. Ain't no way you get laid at all.
Have you seen what you look like? It's probably you in your right hand, dude, and the corn on the TV.
That's scary. That's very scary.
Well, Cheshire's
all the time.
And then this one says, I'm surprised Aaron hasn't done a leave Brittany alone yet.
Oh my God.
She has.
Why are you bringing up Aaron? Y'all
Aaron has been like, why are you attacking Veda? Aaron, like, one time kicked me out of her chat, and she rarely does. Like, she puts up with a lot. I say what you want about Aaron. She's not a full-on coward. She doesn't, like, she'll let people back in her chat and stuff. And if people act like annoying and they're too much, like, she will kick them, but she doesn't permanently kick people usually. So say what you want about Aaron. Aaron's got more balls than, say, Cheshire. But Aaron has been like, leave Brittany alone. That's so mean. And she kicked me out for calling her like Veda potato or something, like dumb as potatoes or something. And she's like, that's not nice. And I ended up going back. Yeah, I got bonked that night.
Y'all can't even go one live stream without bringing up Veda or Aaron. Y'all are obsessed.
I'm so jealous, man. Mm-hmm.
And so what? If
Aaron has anything that's normal, Veda, is it all
because they're friends. Friends do that for each other.
Real friends do. No, I don't know what friends are though.
Oh, there's a picture with a nose? Oh, okay. Sometime I need to see her nose.
It was just a freaking bash fest on Veda.
That's all it was, yeah. Just a bash, that's all it was.
Now she's trying to say that Veda plays Fortnite with children. So,
I hate Fortnite. I played Fortnite with my nephews, and I hated it. I just hate it. Like, I like sandbox games where you build things and to survive. I can do that. I can do first person shooters, but Fortnite is just, I hate it. It's dumb. I just don't. I don't know, but for whatever reason, kids love it just like they love Roblox. I don't get it. And also, like, I'm pretty sure, and I'm not saying anything that means suggesting that it's a creeper thing to do, but I'm pretty sure if Wolf plays, for instance, Call of Duty, you're going to be playing with kids at some point. Now, the question is, how? So, like, they'll come in the lobby, they'll talk shit, they'll shoot you, whatever. But if you're hanging out with them, you know, that's different. So like it's one of those things where it's like if you play video games like WoW or Call of Duty or anything, chances are eventually you're going to bump into a kid like of some sort of age. And the thing is that like it's how you interact with them that matters. And so like the way that they throw around, like you play a video game with a kid, it's like if you play any video games, you're likely going to bump into somebody that's not an adult at some point. But the question is, do you hang out with them? You know, there's a big difference between playing a game with a kid and then hanging out in Discord with a kid. That's way different. So like the very defined differences there. So when they quickly say that, it's like,
What?
So she put that on me. See at the very bottom? Veda needs the gaming setup for streaming Fortnite with children. So she's put that on me, Wolf, and now Veda.
That bitch is so stupid, man. I don't even play that shit.
We obviously know what Manya is suggesting. And again, like Manya is part of why he's been obsessed with the P word now. Now he won't let go of it because they started this.
I don't know, but it's not.
And my child's never played it. No, she's never been interested in it.
Yeah, but I bet there's children on Texas
Yes,
Twitch channel.
kids are annoying.
And then April, I hate to, not our April, this
Okay.
April in this chat. I love our April. This
Right.
April, she says, I'm so
Random.
grateful you guys don't go into looks. You would have every right to, but you don't. I love you both for that.
They just did. April didn't even notice that. Like it was all over the place.
Well, guess what, April? They do make fun of looks.
just-
They
yeah.
make fun of looks a lot. And I'm going to
Mhm.
prove it. Here's right here. They went right after you said that. This came about 3 minutes later. They make fun of Veda's forehead. So
Wow.
tell me again.
Who did that? Who did that? That is a very tall forehead. But who did that?
That they don't talk about looks, you stupid bitch.
Oh my goodness, that is really big.
Yeah, because people fuckers don't
Look at her eyes though. Do you see what I'm talking about? What is going on there?
see shit. The clown virus make you not see shit. I mean, normal people like us, we don't see that. We
Clown
do.
virus.
Yeah. And they've said other horrible things. I mean, her calling Veda whatever long tits is making fun of her looks.
Uh-huh.
So don't
Yep.
sit there and say that they don't make fun of looks
Shocking.
because
I'm
they've made
shocked.
fun of Aaron's
This
look.
is
They've
terrible.
made fun of mine. They've made fun of Wolf. They've made fun of Tammy Sue, and they've made
Yeah,
fun
we're like
of
two
Veda.
idiots. Don't be like two lumps of shit.
Last of Us is
So
really
fuck
good,
them
yeah.
clowns. All of them.
Exactly.
Don't cry. Don't come on in and talk shit if you don't cry when you get clapped back on. You don't get clapped back on.
Okay, I guess I had put that in twice. Let's
For
see.
some reason, her
So yeah, they made
screenshots
that
really make
comment.
sense.
Trying to say her
Smitty.
head was big or what.
Smitty is a big sycophant for her, like a big one.
Whatever. Have you seen your head? You have half of it shaved, Cheshire. I don't know what kind of
Yeah,
haircut you think that is, but it's ugly.
Okay.
She thinks it's like rock star-ish or like edgy or like hipster or something. I don't know, whatever you call it. That was trending for a little bit, like during, I don't know, Hunger Games.
Yeah, slope head.
Slope head. I will say there was a funny meme that Wolf put out where it was the guy from Fifth Element with the hair to the side and the other hair was like you know what I'm talking about? Fifth Element villain. Yeah, that was kind of funny.
Right.
Not cute. None about her is cute.
And then, of course,
Like that.
making fun of Veda's family tree. Why would y'all say
What
that?
the fuck?
Just because she's from the South? You do know that
It's more than that she's from the South. It's she's got a look. She's got a little fetal alcohol look of some sort.
when you're from the South, not everybody's related to each other. That is a fucking
Exactly.
myth. Okay? Athens, you're from Louisiana, you dumbass. You know that that's
Exactly.
not true.
Is it?
That makes me more a hypocrite because he knows better than that shit.
Yeah.
Padme. I haven't seen Padme in a hot minute. Speaking of the repressed horror, they used to date. I don't know if they still do.
And then Manya says, hey, Nikki, how do you feel that Veda is saying you're responsible for all this? Well, first of all, Veda
Yeah,
is
Veda's ain't
not
shit.
saying that
Yeah,
Nikki
where's
is
that from?
responsible for everything. She has called out that Nikki did some terrible things, and that's it. But she's not putting the blame of everything on Nikki. So you're, of course, you're exaggerating it.
What terrible things did Nikki do? I mean, I know like some pretty light bullshit, but I don't remember anything like as bad as the others.
There.
Exaggerating.
Anyway, and then Veda is an idiot. No, you're the idiot, Manya. You can't stop going live. Look, y'all, each one of these lives, there's 3 parts, and they're all like over 4 hours long.
My
Mostly
God.
about
But you're
Veda.
not
Look, I can't help it that your friend looks a little bit like The Hills Have Eyes.
a YouTuber, right, man? You're not YouTuber, right? You are a YouTuber,
Yeah.
don't you? You are fucking YouTuber.
And then she thinks she was the victim getting bullied in school when she was obviously the bully.
How do
If
you
Veda's
fucking know
talking
that?
about
Were you
being,
there?
how do you know? Were you there? Were you there? How do you know she didn't
I'm guessing they're referring to some story she told on the live. And it might be what they're referring to because I don't know how else they would be talking about this.
get bullied when she was a child?
My God, man. So, Mel, if you say you were bullied, I'm not gonna believe you one bit. Not one bit. You got 4 degrees of your.
And then look at these comments. I refuse to read these out loud either. But again, they're
Mayo has 4 degrees because Manya's parents are richy rich and pay her way.
talking about her, private
My question to Manya is, do you use your degrees?
area.
What the fuck? But they can't see.
Yeah.
They want to see it apparently.
I mean, Manya, why you're talking about her boobs? You're talking about her private area.
I think they're responding to what she said, and the little I've seen of Veda, she does say things like that. I mean, this is the woman that told a story about taking a dump on a grave. I mean, hello.
What's wrong with you?
I have that clip. Hang on. We're going to, after these messages, we'll be right back. Here's the message. I got that message. I have it somewhere. Where did it go? Hang on. There it is.
The only thing I've ever gotten in trouble was for indecent exposure when I went into the chicken island naked.
Were you taking a shit on someone's grave? I mean, I have to know that much.
So I'm out in the middle of nowhere, okay? And there's 2 gas stations in this whole place.
So you
Both
weren't
are out of order.
you weren't trying to be spiteful and just actually shit on someone's grave.
No, there was just nowhere to go to the bathroom, and all I had was Burger King napkins. So I said, okay, I don't want to pull into this person's yard. So I finally pulled into the
I
girl's
pull out to this person's grave.
There's a cop on the hill watching me take it out.
I can see Veda with with her location on and grave finder. You know, there's like grave find a grave.
It was so
Ugh. Gross.
But yet,
Probably
y'all
hell,
say we
man.
make vile comments. Smitty, you wish you could see Veda's vagina, you sicko.
Yeah, you wish you
Ew,
could.
who would
Yeah,
want to see
exactly.
that? That's terrible.
You probably never
The
seen one.
closest you probably ever got to see one was Cheshire in that damn suit.
No, he ain't never had pussies and pussy had him since he was born.
Exactly.
That time he saw him.
This is hilarious. This Alex person tells Manya she knows that you are a heavyweight in the words department who could dumpster her in a hurry without trying. You know why?
Not really. Manya, they are right that Manya uses Chat GPT because you can tell because of the way the grammar is out, and because I've known how Manya types for a long time, and occasionally she'll put out like a 75 cent word, but most of the time she's pretty, I don't know, definitely smarter than Veda. Veda's just completely stupid, but she's just kind of average, I guess I would say.
Because she uses Chat GPT,
Yeah,
you
she's a
dumbass.
GPT girl. She can't
She does though.
type without it.
She used to not, but she does now.
Yeah, she's not a heavyweight in the word department. It's called Chat GPT.
Yeah.
Oh, one of Manya's favorite words is nincompoop. Like it's some really good word. You nincompoop. Oh, that was really funny. And then it's about as funny as when Wolf says, "Yes, scallywag." It's like, "Oh, are you pirates now? What's going on?" You know what a scallywag is, right? It's like a roguish person. Like it's not necessarily even a bad thing if you romanticize piracy.
I mean, y'all are just. Anyway,
Yeah.
I had to show y'all some of these.
Y'all fall for anything, huh? I'll take some beachfront property in Iraq or some shit.
I'll watch as much as I could possibly stomach of part 2 and 3. 3 was really boring, and to me, it was just they were just like I don't know, just saying random
Know
stuff.
what they were told?
Most of my stuff came from part 2. They really have nothing else to do, and you could tell they were instructed to attack Renell and Veda. That's what these 2 do. They
All your
continue to go
attackers
live
are
about.
Who do you suppose is instructing them? Are you alleging that the person you're not supposed to talk about is instructing them? Like who do you think is instructing them? I would cast high doubt on that, by the way.
A group of us because they're told to. So.
Right. Farmer's motherfucker.
Exactly. But yeah, I may have a few more we can look at tomorrow. I want us to all be able to go over to Erin's because she's going to start in about 5 minutes. She's going to be talking about Katie Joy and the Chris Lees and all that good stuff.
All right.
Oh, Joy. Katie Joy again. Huh?
I'm going to go mod over there and everything. Thanks for coming live with me. I know it was short notice.
No problem.
So I don't know, we'll either be here or on Wolf's channel tomorrow. We'll just see whatever he wants to do is what we'll do
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Tuesday, so yeah, be anything. Run.
Yeah, we'll just see what happens. And we'll probably have something come up for y'all by tomorrow night, I'm sure. And thanks for hanging out with us. Let me make sure that.
All right. Well, thanks for hanging out. Okay. Well, that was that. We made it. That was a lot to watch. So thank you. You guys were really fun in chat. I appreciate you so much. Like and subscribe if you can. It just helps my little channel. Sometimes people don't know I go live, so I appreciate you guys showing up. And lots of fun. I have a lot of fun with live chats, actually. I wish more of us went live for different things. I'd pop in the chats, but unfortunately, a lot of the most active people are really, really kind of strange people I don't want to be in chat with, unless like maybe I'm goofing off. But I appreciate y'all. I hope you guys have a good evening. As The Handmaid's Tale says, don't let the bastards grind you down. I have a lot of opinions about that show. I still think I should probably review it, even though like everybody's probably already seen it. I have thoughts on that one. I find June really aggravating. But yeah. Anyway, y'all have a good week, and until next time, see ya.